Hello everyone, welcome to the CSAT discussion of simulator test which happened last week. I'm Kanish Tomar and I'll be taking up your discussion for logical reasoning portion of the test. So let's start with question number 1. It states find the number of triangles in the given figure. So we have given a figure and we have to find the number of triangles. So there is, rather than going for formula based, different people will tell you different techniques, but the best technique always is just to simply count. So if we count, let's start with the outer triangles. So this would be 1, 2 and 3. So this would have 3. This would be 1, 2 and a bigger triangle. This would be 3. Similarly, these two will also have 3, 3. So outer triangles would have how many? Number of triangles total would be, from in the outer part of the figure is, number of triangles are 12. 3 into 4, 12. Now let's have a look at inner part of the figure to find out the number of triangles in the inner part. So let's start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 are triangles, but let's also count figures covering multiple triangles. 1, 2, then this would be 3, and then this would be 4, and also we have not covered these two. So this would be 6 plus 4 plus 2, that would be 12. So we already have 24. And if you look closely, many people would miss out on these triangles. We also have 4 more triangles covering the overlapping the inner and outer part of the figure. So that would be plus 4. So your answer naturally would be 28. So 28 number of triangles are there in the given figures. So your answer turns out to be C for question number 1. Moving ahead, question number 3. Look at this series. So we have been provided a series 7, 12, 10, 15, 13, 18 and so on and so forth. What number should come next? So they are asking what number should come here. So the most basic rule of any series, which is just to see the difference between corresponding digits. So here the difference is plus 5 and then it turns out to be minus 2. Just a second. It turns out to be minus 2, then a plus 5, then a minus 2, then a plus 5, and then naturally it would be minus 2 because we are following a 2-part series. So your answer would be 18 minus 2, that would be 16. So your answer is B, 16 for question number 3. There is also an alternative way for solving such series questions. Just have a look at, if we look at it from the perspective of alternating numbers, let's have a look at their differences on alternative numbers. So this is 7 plus 3 is 10, 10 plus 3 is 13, and then we have to confirm that is this series going alright. 12 plus 3 is 15, 15 plus 3 is 18. So we are sure that here it would be plus 3. So that would come out to be 13 plus 3. Your answer would be 16. So your option B would be correct for question number 3. Moving ahead, Question number 4 states, given that on 4th March 1966, 4th March 1966 is a Friday. What was the day on 4th March 1566? Years back, centuries back. So they are saying on 4th March 1966 it was Friday. What was the day on 4th March 1956? So if you observe closely, the dates are exactly same, 4th March and 4th March. Only the year is changing. That is 1966 was a Friday on 4th March, and in 1566 we have to find out. Now if you observe, the difference between these two is, we are looking at 400 years behind. What would be the day on same day 400 years behind? So there is a basic rule and the basic phenomena that Gregorian calendar, the cycle of this calendar repeats after every 400 years. That is, it restarts. It restarts. So if 1966 4th March was a Friday and the cycle has to restart on the same day after 400 before 400 years, or look at it alternatively, that the cycle would have started on 4th March 1566 naturally on the same day, because it has to start from 0 again. That would be Friday. If we look at 3rd March 1966, that would be Thursday, and 400 years behind. Now that is obvious also, we have solved the question already. That would be Thursday. So if there is a difference of 400 years, just know a fact about calendar questions, that the cycle repeats after every 400 years. So your answer would be Friday, C, for question number 4. Moving ahead, question number 15 states, so we have been provided a figure. Choose the box that is similar to the box formed from the given sheet of paper. So this is the sheet of paper provided, and we have to find which of these boxes will be formed from this sheet of paper. So let's draw a cube for understanding. So if we fold this sheet of paper, we are very sure already that minus, plus and multiplication, they would be on a similar zone, similar parallel, right? So let's imagine that we have negative here, positive here, and at the back we'll naturally have a multiplication. Now just notice towards the right of negative we have a dollar sign, so naturally dollar would be here. Now below dollar we have at the rate, and then we have percentage sign in the similar plane. So just below dollar, that would be at the rate at the bottom, and percentage just opposite to dollar. So this is the sheet which was provided to us, and we have already formed a cube out of it. So let's confirm which of these figures are similar, which of these cubes are similar to this particular cube. So let's have a look at figure number 1. It says if negative is at the top, multiplication would be in front of it, and on right it would be positive. That is absolutely wrong, because we already know from the sheet of paper that they are in the same plane. So first figure turns out to be wrong. Moving ahead, figure number 2 says if positive is at the top, we have already taken positive at the top, at the rate is just beside positive, which is absolutely correct, incorrect, because we know that at the rate is opposite to positive sign. So figure number 2 is incorrect. Let's have a look at third figure. It says if multiplication is at the top, dollar is at the right, just have a 3D perspective at this particular cube what we have drawn. If this is at the top, just have a look from this angle. If this is at the top, this would be at right, yes, and this would be just below it. That is absolutely correct. So figure number 3 is correct. Moving ahead to figure number 4, it says if negative is at the top, now look from this perspective. If negative is at the top, we have at the rate just right to it. Okay, we have just right to it. Then on the left side to at the rate we have a percentage. Yes, that is absolutely correct. So figure number 4 is absolutely correct. So out of these 4 figures, only two figures, figure number 3 and figure number 4, are similar to the cube that is drawn from this particular sheet. So your answer would be B for question number 15. Figure number 3 and figure number 4, the cubes in these figures are similar to the sheet of paper provided to us. Moving ahead to next question. Just before that, just make sure that you have a 3D perspective for all such questions. I have been continuously mentioning in all the discussion, in all such questions you have to have a 3D perspective. And if you are still facing challenges, so do one thing, carry a cube type of a figure with you. Maybe the simpler is carry a rubber with yourself and just draw it right there for this particular question. Just write it on the rubber itself that this is positive, this is negative, this is dollar, and you need not fully imagine it. That could be a help to you. So that is one trick many people apply. Moving ahead, question number 16. This is also a 3D based question. We have been provided a figure and they ask, when the following figure is folded to form a cube, how many dots lie opposite? How many dots lie opposite to the face bearing 3 dots? How, if we fold this into a cube, how many dots would lie opposite to the face bearing 3 dots? So let's draw a cube again. And now we know that all these are in a single plane, so they would naturally be, so that would be 1 2 3 4. Let's start with 4, then here it would be 2, and just behind it would be single dot, and just below, have a 3D perspective again, it would be 6 just at the bottom. So we already know the 4 sides of a single cube. Now on the left side of 2 is 3 dots. So this face is having 3 dots. Now obviously 5 is left, so 5 dots would be naturally just opposite to face bearing 3 dots. I think this is a very straightforward and easy question. So your answer would be B. 5 dots would be on the face just opposite to the face bearing 3 dots. Moving ahead, question number 21. If DYOJ is the code for earn, EARN, then the code for 0 is. So for EARN the code is this, and for ZERO what would be the code? As we have discussed in the previous discussions, you just have to Write all the alphabets. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. And we have already discussed that is the trick to remember this is E Jyoti. Right. So for earn, EARN, the code is DYOJ. So if we look at this particular box, we know that just before E is D, so that is a -1. And Y, if we go way beyond it and restart from the last, that would be a -2. From A, if we go beyond and restart from the bottom, that would be a -2 to reach Y. And from R, if we need to reach O, that would be a -3. Right? And for N, reach a J, that would be a -4. So we already see a pattern. For each moving alphabet, we are subtracting one more. We start with -1, then -2, -3, -4. So we see a pattern. Let's have a look at the question. They are asking what would be the code for 0. So we know that this code would simply follow the same pattern as given in the premise of the question. So just before Z is Y, and 2 letters behind E is C, and 3 letters behind R is, yet again just we have known, O, and 4 letters behind O is K, just 4 letter behind O. So YCOK would be your answer. That would come out to be option A would be correct for question number 21. This is the key. You might appear that you might be able to draw these in your minds also, but the best and the fastest solution to such questions is when you draw it maybe just before the start of the exam, like when the papers are distributed, or at the just start of the exam. Just make sure you are drawing it, because this was obviously a easy one, but there are more complex questions based on these coding methods, right? So moving ahead, question number 22. It is also a code based question. It says if earth is written as this and sac is written as this, then ESKER is. So do we already have E? Yes, we have. S we have. K we have. E definitely we have. R we have. So if we directly put it from the code itself, E is 1, S is 9, K is 7, E is, we know, 1, and R is third letter is 3. So we have this option. Yes, we have 19713. That is one of the easiest questions. You don't have to even see what alphabet is what. You don't have to calculate, no plus minus, no alternate, nothing. So your option C would be correct for question number 22. 19713 would be the code for ESKER. Moving ahead, next question is question number 25 and 26. So we have been given a premise for next two questions, 25 and 26. Let's read it out. A, B, C, D and E are sitting on a bench. A is sitting next to B. C is sitting next to D. D is not sitting with E, who is on the left end of the bench. C is on the second position from right. A is to the right of B and E. A and C are sitting together. Let's draw a bench. We have 5 seats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So reading the premise again, A is sitting next to B. We know that A is sitting next to B. B can be on the left or B can be on the right. C is sitting next to D. C can be on the left or C can be on the right of D. D is not sitting with E. So E is not beside D. C is on the second position from the right. Now, from the right, this is the second position, right? So we know specific, so we'll directly go for drawing it on the bench. C is sitting on the second position from the right. A is to the right of B. A is to the right of B, so B would not be here. This is what we know. And also E. They are beside, so E would naturally be here. There can also be a person here or here. Let's see. A is to the right of B and E. Fine. Next line reads, A and C are sitting together. A and C are sitting together. So A can be here or here. Right? But we also know A is to the right of B. So obviously A cannot be here. So A is naturally here. B is here. And we have missed a premise. D is not sitting with E. And who is on the left side of the bench? Left end of the bench. So E is already sitting here. So now we are satisfied and confirmed that A is to the right of B and E. Right? Now the single position left would be D, and that would be confirmed by, because C is sitting just beside D. So we already have the sitting arrangement from the left: E, B, A, C, D. So let's have a look at the questions. Question 25 asks, in which position A is sitting? It is asking between who and who is A sitting. A is sitting between B and C. So obviously B would be your answer. A is sitting between B and C. Moving ahead. Question 26 says, who sits on the right end of the bench? We know that on the right end of the bench is D. So A would be your answer. Option A. D is sitting on the right end of the bench. Moving ahead. So we have question number 40. It says, in a test, four students participate and relation between their marks are given in the following statement. So we have been given three statements and then they have asked the question. Let's have a look at the statement. Either A and B gets equal mark or A gets more marks. So this says either A, they get equal or more. So A is greater than equal to B. That is pretty straightforward. Moving ahead, second statement says either C and D get equal marks or D get more marks than C. So this is similar and this states D is greater than equal to C. Either C and D get equal marks or D get more marks than C. The last statement says B get more marks than C. This is categorically stated that B is getting more marks than C. So apply it here. B is getting more marks than C. If we apply this here, B is getting more marks than C. And if we also apply this here, that D is getting greater than equals to C. So D can be equal. D can also be somewhere just between B and D. And D can be equal to B. D can be greater than A. D can be anywhere basically. So we are not sure about the marks of D. We just know that D is scoring more than equals to C. No relations have been provided for D with respect to A and B. So let's have a look at the question. Which of the following conclusions, they are asking for conclusions, can be drawn from the above statements? So conclusion 1 says option A is A get more marks than C. Definitely not. A can get equal marks also. So this is wrong. Moving ahead, B and D get equal marks. They can get equal marks. B and D can get equal marks, but we are not still sure that they got equal marks or not. So this statement is wrong. C reads D gets more marks than C. We are still not sure because D can score equal to C also, as the second statement said. So this is also incorrect. Last statement, A gets more marks than C. See, B is definitely scoring more than C, and A is utterly scoring equal to or greater than B. So naturally this would be correct, that A gets more marks than C. So your option D would be correct for question number 40. A gets more marks than C. Moving ahead, question number 42. It is a statement conclusion based question. There is a statement, a single statement is provided, and we have been given two conclusions, and they are asking us choose the correct option. So directly just read the statement. It says the distance of 1000 kilometers by road between Chennai and Rangoon will be reduced to 500 kilometers by sea. Between Chennai and Rangoon, so don't apply your mind. Let's say it is a road from Chennai to Rangoon, and we have the sea route. This was 1000 kilometers away, and this is 500 kilometers away by sea. This is by road. This is the premise of the question. This is the statement from Chennai to Rangoon. Let's have a look at the conclusions. Conclusion 1 states transportation by sea is cheaper than by road. As we have already discussed, statement provide all the facts for drawing the conclusions. We cannot apply our mind, we cannot apply our knowledge, we cannot apply our intelligence or the experience we have got from the outer world, because this conclusion is basically directly based on the information or hard facts provided in the statement in the question itself. On the other hand, there are assumptions on which statement is made. So statement is driven from assumptions and conclusions are driven from statements. It is hard facts. I have been repeating this in every discussion, that conclusion is based on hard facts and statement is based on assumptions, and assumptions can be based on your experience. Obviously you have to apply your logical reasoning also, that does this assumption leads to this particular statement. So you can apply your experience, your knowledge base for deriving to the statements. So here there is a scope for your own discretion also, but conclusion is basically based on hard facts provided in the statement itself. So coming on to question number 42, conclusion 1 says transportation by sea is cheaper than by road. Through your GS knowledge, you know that transportation by sea is naturally cheaper than by road, but you do not have to apply your knowledge here. No GS knowledge or no general knowledge. Obviously, from statement we cannot determine that transportation by sea is cheaper than by road. It is just said that the distance is reduced by sea. So first conclusion is wrong. Let's have a look at second conclusion. It reads fuel must be saved to the greatest extent. Fuel must be saved to the greatest extent. So from your environment knowledge or being an environmentalist in yourself, you know that this statement appears to be correct. Fuel must be saved to the greatest extent. But does the statement anywhere talks about that fuel is saved if we switch from road to sea? Only distance is reduced. From 1000 kilometers it turns out to be 500 kilometers, but we are not sure of the fuel efficiency. Let's talk about fuel efficiency of sea might be very low, what fuel C is using, what boat or ship it is using. We are still not sure, so we cannot definitely apply our GS knowledge again. So this statement naturally would be wrong, because the conclusion would be wrong because the premise does not mention anywhere that fuel must be saved to the greatest extent. That is your discretion. That can be your assumption, but definitely not conclusion. So neither 1 nor 2 follows. Option C would be correct for question number 42. In all the assumption, statement, conclusion based question, just remember this basic rule. All the conclusions are based on hard facts or information provided in the statement. I am repeating because lot of you make these errors. These simple questions, just know these simple facts that assumption can be based on your experience or your knowledge base, but only the conclusion is only based on the hard facts and information provided in the statement. You cannot derive your own understanding into the conclusion part. I hope you are keeping a track. Moving ahead, question number 44. In a class of 60 students, a boy is ranked 15th. In a class of 60 students, let's say there are 16 students starting from here, a boy is ranked 15th. When 5 boys joined, his rank was dropped by 2. 5 boys joined, so total boys are now 65. His rank was dropped from 15th to 17th, dropped by 2. What is his new rank from the end? So it is asking, it is rank 7. This boy is ranked 17th from the start, but what is his rank from behind? So what is the difference between 65 and 78? How many should I add here so that 17 becomes 65? That is 48. So after 17 there are 48 more students, but they are asking about the rank of this particular boy. After these 48 students, this boy who is ranked 17th would be ranked just next to 48, that would be 49th. This is a very basic error many people make, so your option D would be correct. The rank of the boy from behind, from the end, would be 49th. Moving ahead, next question is question 45 to 48. We have some directions. The premise says 6 friends, Chris, Patrick, Rory, Amar, Theo and Umar, are sitting around the hexagonal table. We have a hexagonal table already. Moving ahead, around the hexagonal table, each at one corner, and are facing the center. So we know that all are facing the center. Chris is second to the left of Umar. Let's say Umar is sitting here. Chris is second to the left of Umar because Umar is also facing the center. Next line reads, Patrick is neighbor of Rory and Amar. Now we know that Patrick is neighbor of Rory and Amar, or Rory can be on the right. So this is for sure a sitting arrangement. So obviously none of these three can come and sit between U and C, Umar and Chris. So we have 3 and these 3 spots empty for this continuum to maintain. So Patrick would naturally be sitting here, and Amar or Rory might be sitting anywhere between these positions. Moving ahead, last line reads, Theo is second to the left of Amar. So if Amar is sitting here, second to the left is this, where naturally R would be sitting. So obviously this is incorrect, and A would naturally be sitting because second to the left of A is this position, which is empty. So Theo is sitting to the second to the left of Amar. So we have to delete this preposition we had assumed. So now we have a confirmed sitting arrangement. Let's confirm it again. Chris is second to the left of Umar. Chris is second to the left of Umar. Patrick is neighbor of Rory and Amar. This is correct. Theo is second to the left of Amar. That is also correct. So we already have a sitting arrangement. Let's have a look at the following questions. Question 45 reads, which one is sitting opposite to Chris? We know that opposite to Chris is Amar. So your option D would be correct. Amar is sitting opposite to Chris. Moving ahead. Question number 46 reads, who is the fourth person to the left of Patrick? Just make sure you are keeping a track of the directions also. So they are asking who is sitting fourth to the left of Patrick. Patrick is also facing the center, so this would be naturally the left of Patrick. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. So Chris is sitting fourth to the left of Patrick. So your option A would be correct. Chris is sitting Chris is the fourth person to the left of Patrick. Moving ahead, next question states, which of the following are the neighbors of Chris? So on the left side we have Rory, on the right side of Chris we have Theo. So Theo and Rory are neighbors of Chris. So option B would be correct for question number 47. Moving ahead, question number 48. Which one is sitting opposite to Theo? Let's have a look. Opposite to Theo is Patrick. So B would be correct. Patrick is sitting opposite to Theo. So in all these questions, you see how easy these turn out to be. Although the premise here also was not that difficult. We have a notch upper questions also in UPSC, but just make sure in all the sitting arrangement you give good amount of time rather than rushing into conclusions and drawing wrong sitting arrangements or wrong diagram. Just make sure you are considering all the possibilities, all the alternatives of sitting arrangement or anything. Do not miss out, because that can, you have to restart if you are not able to reach a particular sitting arrangement and it is not satisfying all the premises, then you might have to restart the premise again and redrawing of the question. That would obviously consume a lot amount of time. So moving ahead to next statement reads, it is also a statement assumption based question. So assumption, as we discussed just previously, assumption is where you can use your experience also, you can use your knowledge base also, obviously with logical reasoning. So on these assumptions, statement is based. So moving ahead, let's have a look at the statements. It reads, an advertisement in a newspaper says wanted unmarried, presentable, matriculate. So they have given some conditions: unmarried, presentable, matriculate girls between 14 and 21, able to speak fluently in English, to be hired as models. So they are hiring girls as models with some conditions given in the statement itself. So we have to determine this statement can be based on what assumptions, right? So let's have a look at assumptions. Assumption 1 states fluency in English. We have already read speaking fluently in English, so let's consider that in our mind. Fluency in English is a prerequisite for good performance of a model. Just write of a model. So fluency in English is a prerequisite for good performance of a model. So does this statement anywhere mention that they are hiring models with good performance only? Although this is the condition they have provided for hiring models. This is the condition they have explicitly mentioned in this statement. But is it a prerequisite for good performance? If whatever the models they are hiring, although they might fulfill this condition that they are able to speak fluently in English, but there might also be a case that they might not be good performer at their job, at modeling. So this is a blanket statement, very general statement, and this cannot be assumed that fluency in English is a prerequisite. That's the key word, prerequisite. That's the precondition, that's the sine qua non for a good performance of a model. So this assumption is wrong. Moving ahead, assumption 2 reads, height does not matter in performing as a model. Height, these condition does not mention about height. They are not talking of height. They have not put it in their advertisement for hiring model that what should be the height, what is the criteria for height. So definitely we cannot assume ourselves. Obviously you have to use your experience, also your knowledge base. Heighted girls are naturally hired for good models. They make up for good models naturally, but we also know that statement doesn't talk about height. We have to apply our logical reasoning also, that it cannot be solely based on experience or your knowledge base or your know-how of the world. So you have to apply logical reasoning. If the statement does not talk about height at all, we have no clue that why the statement, why the advertisement in the newspaper is asking for these particular conditions, right? So if they would have mentioned height, then we might have considered this statement. So this assumption is wrong. So neither assumption 1 or 2 is implicit. So C would be your correct option. None of the assumptions are implicit. Moving ahead, this is also a statement assumption based question, and we have to choose the correct option. Which of the following assumption is implicit, right? So let's have a look at the statement. The statement reads, the road was built at the cost of rupees 12 crores and even civil bus is not utilizing it. What a pity to see it grossly underutilized. This is a statement by citizen, a citizen's view on new road linking east and west sides of a town. So there is a new road which has been made to link the west and east sides of the town, and the citizens opine that the road was built at the cost of rupees 12 crore, a hefty amount, but even a civil bus service is not utilizing it. It is grossly underutilized. So let's have a look at the statement on which these let's have a look at assumptions which can derive to this particular statement. Assumption 1 reads, the building of such bridges does not serve any public objective, though it is underutilized, as the statement says. But can we say that it does not serve any? This is an extreme word. Just notice it, that it is a very blanket statement. It does not serve any public objective. So definitely this assumption is wrong. It might be serving less public objective, but at least it is not unutilized, it is underutilized, right? So moving ahead to next assumption, it reads, there has to be some accountability and utility of money spent on public projects. So it is a citizen's concern that it is grossly underutilized. There has to be some accountability and utility of money spent on public projects. So you have to make sure that citizen concerns are met properly. So it is not underutilized. There has to be some accountability and proper utility of money. So it can be said from your general knowledge and also logical reasoning that this assumption can be made from the above statement. So only assumption 2 is implicit. So B would be your correct answer for question number 60. So moving ahead to next question. Question number 61. It reads 5 friends A, B, C, D, and E distribute some money among themselves in the manner that then they have provided some conditions. So let's directly draw. So A gets 1 less than B. So they have distributed money among themselves and A gets 1 less than B. C gets 5 more than D. E gets 3 more than B. E gets 3 more than B, while D gets as many as B. D gets as many as B. Who gets the smallest amount? So we know that D and B get the equal amount. So this can be written as D plus 5 would be equals to B plus 5. Now we have a particular relation between A, C and E, and D we already know with respect to B. So let's draw it. So D equals to B. A is 1 less. So let this be your increasing order. So A is 1 less. Then we have C, which is B plus 5 plus 5 minus 1. That would be C. E is plus 3 to B. This is plus 3. So we have this arrangement CE DBA. So the question asks who gets the smallest amount. So naturally your answer would be A. Option A would be correct. A gets the smallest amount. Moving ahead. Question number 62. Which of the following is inferred from the above graph? So we have been given a graph of speed and time, and then we have been asked some question. Let's have a look at the statements. From the graph, can it be said that car is in rest position in section B? So these are the sections A, B, C, D. So first statement is car is in rest in section B. See, the car is definitely moving but at a constant speed. So definitely car is not at rest. It is not accelerating, not deaccelerating, but moving at a constant speed. So it is in motion. So this statement is incorrect. This cannot be inferred. Second statement reads acceleration in section C is equal to acceleration in section A. So we'll have to calculate acceleration in these two sections. So let's have a look at acceleration in section C. Acceleration, you know the formula is difference in speed upon difference in time. So difference speed in section C is, obviously we know 25 and 15. 25 and 15, and differences time is 30 and 20. 30 and 20. So that would come out to be 10 by 10. That would equals to 1. 1. This is second. This is meter per second. That would be, for C, acceleration is 1 meter per second square. Right. Now let's have a, this is, let me highlight, this is section. Let's have a look at acceleration in section A. So we have speed from 15, 0. So the difference is 15 minus 0. It started from 0 and it has reached 15 meter per second. And the difference of time is 10 and 0. Time is 10 seconds and 0. So that would come out to be 1.5 meter per second square. Let's write it here. 1.5 meter per second square. So let's revisit this statement. Is asked acceleration in section A is equals to section C is equals to section A. Definitely not. Acceleration here is 1, here is 1.5 meter per second square. So this statement is wrong. Let's have a look at third statement. It reads section A has maximum acceleration. So we'll have to look for acceleration in section B and D also. Let's write it here. A is 1.5, for C it is 1. B is obviously not accelerating, so it is 0. And D is deaccelerating, so it is in negative, right? You need not even calculate it. So section A has maximum acceleration. Compare. Yes, it is maximum. So our option C would be correct. D says it can't infer. No, we can infer option C, that acceleration in section A is maximum among all the sections. Moving ahead, next question reads, select the figure which satisfy the same condition of placement of the dots. So the condition is of the placement of the dot in figure X. So this is figure X, and we have to select which figure satisfy. Out of these, which figure satisfy, just a second, out of these which figure satisfy the placement of dots. So see, there are two dots. Let's name them 1 and 2. So dot 1 is over circle, yes. Over square, yes. Is it over triangle? No. So dot 1 is over circle and square, but not over triangle. And dot 2 is over circle, yes. Square, yes. Triangle, yes. So it is over all the figures, dot 2. So this is the premise of the question. Now we have to see which of the following figures satisfy this condition. Can we put these dots in such a way that it satisfies the condition provided? So let's place dot 2 in figure 1. Dot 2 is where there is placement over all the figures, circle, square and triangle. So can we find a place? Yes, this is a place where dot 2 can be placed. So condition 2 is satisfied for figure 1. Let's have a look at dot 1. It is placed over circle and square but not over triangle. Let's have a look outside this particular triangle. If we put it anywhere, we would not be able to put it over circle. So this does not satisfy the above condition. Condition of dot 1 is not satisfied. Let's have a look at figure 2. Let's again see for dot 2. Can we apply it? Yes. Dot 2 can be placed so that it is overlapping with all the three figures. It is overlapping with circle, with square and with triangle as well, right? But does it satisfy condition 1? Let's have a look outside circle again. Outside triangle, sorry. So if we place it anywhere, it can be here but not, it can be over circle but not over square. If we place it here, it can be over square but not over circle. So there is absolutely no way we can satisfy condition for dot 1. Let's have a look at the third figure. Let's apply condition 2 again. Overlapping all three. Yes, here is a portion overlapping all three. Let's apply for dot 1. Let's look outside triangle again. So it can be here but not above, not overlapping. Square here, same, but here outside circle. So it can be here outside circle, it can be here outside square. So this also does not conquer with the condition for dot 1. Let's have a look at our last hope, option figure 4. So let's apply option condition 2, that is overlapping all the figures. So this would naturally be overlapping all the figure, it satisfy condition for dot 2. It overlaps square, circle and triangle. Let's apply for dot 1 also. That would be outside the triangle. So outside the triangle can be here, but not can be here. Let me make it bigger for you. But it would not be overlapping the circle. So is this satisfying dot 1? The conditions under dot 1. Is it outside triangle? Yes. Is it overlapping circle? Yes. Is it overlapping the square? Yes. So obviously 4 figure satisfy the conditions given in the above figure. So option D would be correct for question number 64. Alright, moving ahead. Question number 65. Identify the figure that completes the pattern. Okay, we have to identify this question mark, that what figure should come here so that we can satisfy a particular pattern. We already see a pattern, right? So that would be a circle. And obviously over here there is upright triangle. Over here there would be naturally inverted triangle. And in inverted triangle there are lines like this, right? And this portion there would be parallel lines. Continuum is drawn as seen here also. So here there are gaps, right? So that this should be the figure ultimately. So there is absolutely no gap in figure 1. That is not correct. In figure 2 also, this is also not correct. In figure 3 there is a gap. Let's have a look at it. So inside the triangle, do we have lines in that particular pattern? Yes, we have. And outside it, yes, we have horizontal lines as well. In 4 also there is no gap. So option 3 would be correct. Just a second. Option 3 would be correct. C for question number 65. Moving ahead. Question number 66. Find the minimum number of straight lines required to make the given figure. So this is the figure provided to us. We have to make sure that we are counting minimum number of straight lines so that this figure can be made. So let's have a look at horizontal line first. So this is one line, this is one line, horizontal line, this is one horizontal line, this is another horizontal line, right? So we have 4 horizontal lines. Then let's have a look at vertical lines. We have to find straight lines to make this figure. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5, right? There is no other vertical line, right? Yes, we have counted all. So that would be 5. Let's have a look at slanted lines. Those are also straight lines, right? So this would be slanted 1, 2, 3 and 4. 5, 6, 7 and 8. We have not missed any, right? Yes. So slanted lines would be 8. So we have all the lines. The total comes out to be 9, 8, that is 17. So we need 17 minimum number of straight lines to make this figure. So your option B would be correct for question number 66. Moving ahead to next question. Question number 67. It reads, in how many ways can the letters of the word output be arranged? So we have a word output. We have to know how this can be arranged. Let's write it quickly to find the arrangements. See, in these questions, if there would have been no overlaps, here we have overlaps, right? U is twice, T is twice. So if there would have been no overlaps, that would be naturally factorial 6. The number of letters we have, number of alphabets we have, and factorial to that. So this is basic thing. But wherever there are overlaps, So to find the arrangement, we have a formula n factorial upon n1 factorial, n2 factorial, and so on and so forth to the number of letters we have. Here n is total number of letters, and n1 is one particular letter, the number of one particular letter, n2 is the number of second particular letter, and so on and so forth. So applying this formula here, we know that total number of letters here are 6, right? So that would be 6 factorial divided by, so the first letter is O. How many times is it coming? We have to find the number of time it is appearing. So it is coming only one time, so that would be n1 factorial would be 1 factorial. Let's apply for let's apply for second. Second letter is U. How many times is it coming? 2. So that would be 2 factorial. That would be also apply for T. Third, that would be also be 2 factorial. And the last, these are already counted. So last is 1 factorial, that is P. So let's solve this. 6 cross 5 cross 4 cross 3 cross 2 cross 1 divide by 2 cross 2. So this would come out to be, this is 30 and this is 6, that is 180. So it is in 180 ways these letters can be arranged of the word output. So your option C is correct for question number 67. Moving ahead, just know that these formula apply for, there are certain formulas you have to learn. Not much. UPSC is not basically based on formula, especially the logical reasoning part also, but there are some also which are very basic, which are obviously required for such permutation combination based questions. So moving ahead, question number 75. So we have been given a premise. Let's read it out. During the last summer vacation, Ankur went to Shimla, where he took part in swimming and boating. This summer, he is looking forward to a trip to Ooty, and he hopes to hike, dance, and learn to play cricket. Based on the above information, 4 conclusions. So we have 4 conclusions given below, and based on the above information, 4 conclusions as given below have been made. Which one of these logically follows from the information given above? So we have these 4 conclusions. Let's see which of these follows the condition, the premise given here. So let's read the first one. Ankur's parents want him to play cricket. There is no obviously no mention of parents here. It is his will if he wants or if he doesn't, right? So obviously statement A is correct, because we already know that conclusion are based on hard facts given in the statement itself. So this is the statement, this is the premise. We cannot determine anything about the feelings of Ankur's parents. Option B reads, Ankur prefers hiking to swim. He prefers hiking to swim. Just because he went to swimming last summer and he is going to hike this summer does not mean that he is preferring hiking to swimming. Definitely not correct. We cannot conclude. That is not a hard fact given in the statement itself. Let's have a look at the third statement. It reads, Ankur does not know how to play cricket. So the last hope in this summer for Ankur is he wants to learn to play cricket. This is a fact. This is the information provided in the statement itself. So we can definitely conclude that he does not know how to play cricket. If he already knows, then why would he learn to play cricket, right? So option C follows, and that would be your answer for question number 75. Ankur does not know how to play cricket. Also have a look at the last conclusion. Ankur likes to hike and dance. This is also a probable solution for some, but let me clarify that for you. He likes to hike and dance. So we have been given a fact that in the last summer he went to swimming and boating. In this summer he hopes to hike, dance and learn to play cricket. But there is no mention of liking also. Although he hopes, but that might be his fear also, right? He might be fearful for going for a hike, or he might be fearful or cautious enough to start dancing, right? So that is not a surety that he likes. He might like it in the future, but we cannot conclude that Ankur likes to dance and hike. Moving ahead. This is our last question in the logical reasoning portion. It says find the missing number. So we have a missing number here. We have been provided 8 digits and we have to find the ninth, right? So let's have a look if we can find a pattern. So if what we do is, if we divide 26 by 7, that is 21, and the remainder would be 5. So there is a possibility that it might be a remainder base. Let's clarify from here. Otherwise if it is not validated here, we'll have to restart again. So 3 divide, obviously the remainder here, if 15 is divided by 3, the remainder is 0. So obviously the remainder series does not apply. Let's try another one. So if we multiply it by 3, that would be 21, and the difference here is 5. Yes, and let's see if it is validated in the second row also. If we multiply it by 3, that would come out to be 9, and the difference between 9 and 15 is 6. So definitely we have found a pattern. So there can be multiple permutation and combination. You have to go for trial and error, and you might fit into one, but also make sure that you are not wasting time. If you have time, go on to attempt such questions, because it might take some time. You might not hit that particular part correctly. It might come you after 5 minutes, come to you, right? It might not strike you. So just make sure that you are optimizing and utilizing your time in the best possible manner. So we already know that this is the series. This would be multiplied by 3, that would be 18, and the difference would be 7. So C would be your answer for question number 76. That is 7. So that is it from my side. That was the end of logical reasoning portion. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, myself Jay Prakash, and today I will take the discussion of your quant part. So there are 28 or 29 questions in the quant, and the first question of quant is question number 2. Okay, so we'll start from question number 2. It says that the word Malayalam, consider the word Malayalam. Whichever way you read it, from left to right or from right to left, you get the same word. Such a word is known as palindrome. Palindrome. Find the maximum possible number of 7-letter palindromes. So we have to find maximum possible number of 7-letter palindromes. So the given word is Malayalam. Malayalam. So if you hold the letter Y, these four set of letters are mirror image of each other. So such kind of words are known as palindrome. So what it's asking is that find the maximum possible number of 7-letter palindromes. If you see in alphabet there are total 26 letters. So the first letter, that is this M from the right, can be chosen in 26 ways because there are 26 alphabets. So the first letter can be chosen in 26 ways. Fine. Again come to the second letter A. Second letter can be chosen in again 26 ways. Third letter, that is L, again can be chosen in 26 ways. Fourth letter, that is A, again will be chosen in 26 ways. If you see, having chosen the first 3 letters, the fourth letter can be chosen in 26 ways. All the 4 letters can be chosen in 26 into 26 into 26 into 26. This is equal to 26 to the power 4, and it implies that the maximum possible number of 7-letter palindromes is chosen. Palindrome is because the fifth is, that is the A is the same as the four, five, six. The sixth letter is same as the fourth one. Again, the seventh letter is same as the third one. The eighth letter is same as the second one, and the last letter is same as the first one. So we have to take into account only those letters. Either they are consider those letters only which are before Y or after Y. Therefore, the correct option is option D, 26 to the power 4. Because see, these 4 letters M, A, L, A are same as that of the letters after Y. So we have to take into account only M, A, L, A. So there are 4 letters, each can be chosen in 26 ways. The correct option is 26 to the power 4. The next question is question number 5. It says that 10 years ago, the age of Mary was 3 times the age of her son. After 10 years, Mary's age will be twice that of his son. Find the ratio of their present age. We have to find the ratio of their present ages. Okay. Let's consider that the present age of Mary is M and that of her son is S. What it says that 10 years ago, the age of Mary was 3 times the age of her son. So 10 years ago, that it means M minus 10, it was 3 times the age of her son. So this is talking about in the 10 years in the past. So we will reduce 10%, 10 from M, again 10 from S, and this is 10 years ago. 10 years ago, Mary's age was 3 times to that of her son. So this is one equation. If you solve this, you will get M is equal to 3S minus 20. this will be minus 30, here minus 10, this will come this side, then minus 20. Second statement is that after 10 years, Mary's age will be twice that of his son. So after 10 years, M plus 10 will be twice of his son. Again resolve this equation. M plus 10 is equal to 2s plus 20. M is equal to 2s plus 10. Take the value of M from here and put it here. It will be equal to 2s plus 10. When you will solve this, you will get s is equal to 30. And if you put this s here, you will get 30 into 3, 90, 90 minus 20, 70. So the present age of Mary is 70 and that of the son is 30. What we have to find? Find the ratio of the present ages. So M by S is equal to 70 by 30 is equal to 7 by 3. So the ratio is 7:3. Correct option is C. 7:3. Question number 6. It says that Rob is traveling on his cycle and has calculated to reach point A at 2 p.m. So let's assume that this is the point from where Rob is starting to cycle and this is point A. If he travels at 10 km per hour, so Rob will reach A at 2 p.m. If it travels at 10 km per hour speed, he will reach there at 12 noon if it travels at 15 km per hour. So he will reach there at 12 p.m. when he travels at 15 km per hour. Okay. At what speed must he travel to reach A at 1 p.m.? So when he has to reach at A at 1 p.m., what will be the speed? See, you can assume that the distance from where Rob travels to till A is x. What we have is two different speeds and two different time. So if Rob is traveling at 10 km per hour, he will arrive point A at 2 p.m. and when he is traveling little faster, that is 15 km per hour, he will reach 2 hours before. So the difference between this is, let's say the formula is speed is equal to distance upon time. Difference between time is given. This is T by SD. Assume that the distance is x. Sorry, this is incorrect. When speed is equal to distance upon time, time is equal to distance upon speed. Let's assume that he is traveling first at 10 km per hour. So x by 10, and when he is traveling at 15 km per hour, see, this is the first distance upon speed, this is the second distance upon speed, and the time difference between two speeds is 2 hours. So you can see right here as 2. Now when you resolve this equation, you will find that this is 3x minus 2x upon 30 is equal to 2, x is equal to 60. So the distance between from where the Rob starts till A is 60 kilometer. And if he travels at 10 kilometer per hour for 60 kilometers, he will take 6 hours to cover 60 kilometer. When he travels at 15 kilometer per hour, he will take 4 hours, because 60 by 15 4 and 60 by 10 6. So what we have to find is that from when Rob starts his journey. So see, when he travels for 6 hours, he reaches point A at 2 p.m. It means that he is starting his journey at 8 a.m. and if he is traveling for 4 hours, he will reach point A at 2 p.m. Again, it means he is starting his journey from 8 a.m. So we have to find is that at what speed Rob travels that he reaches point A at 1 p.m. So he is starting his journey from 8 a.m. 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. It is 5 hours. We know the time, we know the distance. So the speed is equal to distance upon time, that is 60 by 5, 12 kilometer per hour. So when he will travel at 12 kilometer per hour, he will reach point A at 1 p.m. In this entire question, the question didn't talk about from when Rob starts his journey, and we have to find from when he starts his journey. If we find that, the question becomes easy. Correct option is option C, 12 kilometer per hour. Now the question number 11 to 14. This is direction, and it says that salary range of for an organization for all male and female employees is like this. So salary less than 5,000, there are 70 males and 45 females. Okay, so in this way the range is given. We need to understand is that the exact value of the exact salary of male and female employees is not given here, only their range is given. Okay, so we have to answer 4 questions based on this table. Question number 11 says that what is the approximate average monthly income of males in the organization? Approximate average monthly income. What we need to understand here is that the minimum and maximum range is given for males and female employees. We don't know the exact salary of male employees or that of the female employees. Therefore, we cannot answer this question, that approximate average. Say if the exact salary of say 10 or 20 male employees is given, then we can add their salary and divide by 10 or 20, will get the average monthly salary. But since the exact salary amount is not given, we cannot answer this question. So for this, the data is inadequate. Correct option is option D, data insufficient. Now the next question, what is the minimum average monthly income approximately of the female employees who do not earn less than 5,000? Okay, minimum. We can answer this question because it is talking about minimum. We know that particular range is given of the salary data here, so we can take the minimum value. We can find the minimum average monthly income of female employees who do not earn less than 5,000. Okay, so what we need to find here is that who do not earn less than 5,000. So the female employees who do not earn less than 5,000, we have to find the minimum average monthly income. So there are only 45 45 female employees who earn less than 5,000, so we do not have to account them, since we have to find the average. So those who earn from 5,000 to 10,000, there are 90, then 10,000 to 15,000, 28, then 15,000 to 20,000, 8 female employees, from 20,000 to 25,000, 9 female employees. Female employees who earn more than 25,000 are, there is only one female employee. Okay, so come here. So this will be 90 into 5,000, because we are taking the minimum salary of female employees. So since from 5,000 to 10,000 there are 90 female employees, we will take the minimum value. Then there are 24 female employees, sorry, 28, who earn minimum of 10,000. Then 8 into 15,000, then 3 into 20,000, and there is only one female employee who is earning a minimum of 25,000. Since we have to take the average, we'll all add all the how many female employees are earning this much salary. So if you will solve this, you will get 93500 upon 130. Solve this, you will get an approximate value of 7192. So the minimum average monthly income of female employees who do not earn less than 5,000 is 7,192 rupees. Correct option is C. This is the easiest question, and just we have to keep into your mind that you are taking the minimum salary. If a particular range of 5,000 to 10,000 is given, you will take the 5,000 salary. And when 10,000 to 15,000 is given, you will take 10,000. The next question is, which of the following cannot be deduced from the given data? Okay. On an average, out of 66 employees in the organization, approximately 25 are females. Okay. So, how many male and female employees are there? So, if you add 70 plus 140 plus 48 plus 16 plus 9 plus 3, you will get 286. Sorry, correct, it's 286. And if you will add 45 plus 90 plus 28 plus 8 plus 3 plus 1, you will get 175. Okay, so add 286 plus 175, this will be total of 461, and female employees are 175. So what the question is saying, that on an average, out of 66 employees in the organization, approximately 25 are females. So total number of employees are 461, female are 175. If you see, this 461 can also be written as 66 into 7 is equal to 462. We have to find the approximate number. So again, this can also be written as 25 into 7 is equal to 175. It means that this entire 461 employees is in multiples of 7 of 66, and these female employees are multiples of 25 into multiply 7, it is 125. So you can see that out of 66 employees, this is both male and female. Out of 66 employees, 25 are female employees. So the first statement is correct. Now come to the next statement. Less than 3% employees of the organization earn more than 25,000 per month. Less than 3%. Okay. So the total number of employees who earn less than, who earn more than 25,000. It is saying less than 3% of employees of the organization earn more than 25,000. So how many employees earn more than 25,000? 3 plus 1, 4. If you see, total number of employees are 461. It is not even 1%. It is even less than 1%. 4 is less than 1% of 461. So this statement is correct because it is even less than 1%. So the B is correct. We have D as option, both A and B. So obviously option D will be correct. Let's also read option C. Majority of the employees who earn more than or equal to 5,000 but less than or equal to 10,000 as per month salary. So it's talking about majority of the employees. So majority of the employees out of 461 are 230 plus 1, that is 231. So does the 231 employees earn between 5,000 and 10,000? No. There are only 48 plus 28, 76 employees earn between, sorry, this is this number, 140 plus 90, that is 230. But the majority of the employees are 231. So this statement is incorrect. Less than, this is 230. So less than 50% of the employees earn between 5,000 and 10,000. So statement C is incorrect. Correct option is D. Now come to the question number 14. What percent of the total employees earn less than 20,000 but more than or equal to rupees 10,000 as their monthly salary? What percent of the total employees? So the total employees are 461. Okay. Between 10,000 to 20,000 total number of employees, it means including both male and female. If you see, you have to find the total number of employees who are earning between 10,000 to 20,000. So 48 plus 28, 76, 16 plus 8, 24. Add these two numbers, you will get 100. So the total number of employees who are earning between 10,000 and 20,000 are 100. Multiply this, since we have to find the number in percentage. If you solve this, you will get 21.69%. That is 21.7%. Correct option is B. So 21.7% of the total employees are earning between 10,000 and 20,000. Option B is correct. Next question. This is question number 23. Okay. It says that if x is between -2 and -1 and y is between -1 and 1, then x square minus y square is between which of the following? So what we have, x is between -2 and -1, y is between -1 and 1. We can also say that y is between the possible values of y can be -1, 0 and 1. Possible values of x can be -2 and -1. C, x square can be 4 or 1, because -2 square then -1 square. We have three possible values of y. So when the value of y square can be 0 and 1, because if you take square of -1 and 1, again the value will be 1. Square of 0 is 0. So we have 4 values, 4, 1 for x square, 0, 1 for y square. We have to find x square minus y square. So see, in this you have to take all the 4 combinations. That is 4 minus 0 or 4 minus 1, then take the value of x as 1, then 1 minus 0 this, and 1 minus 1. So this will be 4, this will be 3, this will be 1, this will be 0. So the possible value of x square minus y square can be between 0 and 4. Correct option is D. The value of x square minus y square is between which of the following? It is between 0 and 4. Next question, the sum of even numbers between 1 and 51 is. So if you recognize this question, this is a question of arithmetic progression, a chapter in your class 10th. So we have to find sum of even numbers between 1 to 51. So first even number will be 2, and the last even number between 1 and 51 is 50. Okay. So we have to find the sum of even numbers. Total number of even numbers between 1 and 51 will be 25. N is 25. So whenever the first number and the last number is given in arithmetic progression, do you recall the formula? It is n by 2 a1 plus an. So this is the standard formula to find the sum whenever the first and the last numbers are given. If the last number is not given, then the formula will be n by 2 2a plus n minus 1 into d. This will be the formula, but since the last number is given, this is a1 plus an. Okay, so n is 25 because there are 25 even numbers between 1 and 51. A1 is 2, first even number. An is 50, that is the last even number. 25 by 2, this is 52, this is 26, this is 650. So the sum of even numbers between 1 and 51 is 650. Option D is correct. Question number 33 now. This is about again time and speed question. It says that a train travels at a certain average speed for a distance of 72 km and then travels a distance of 84 km at an average speed of 16 km per hour more than its initial speed. Okay, if it takes 4 hours to complete the total journey, what is the original speed of the train in kilometer per hour? So 4 hours is the total time taken. If see, this is the total distance, this is 72 kilometer, first part of the distance, then it is second part 84 kilometer. At a certain we don't know the speed with which actually the train travels. It says that it travels at a certain average speed for a distance of 72 kilometers. Now let's take that the speed with which it travels for 72 kilometers is s kilometer per hour, and it further says that for the next 84 kilometers it travels at an average speed of 66 kilometer per hour more than its initial speed. So the initial speed is s is the initial speed, then for the 84 kilometer it will be s plus 6. Total time is given. If take speed is equal to distance upon time, assume that t1 is taken for completing the journey of 72 kilometer, then this will be 72 by s. For this it will be t2 is equal to 84 by s plus 6. We know that t1 plus t2 is equal to 4 hours, then it will be 72 by s plus 84 by s plus 6. Solve this equation. 72 s plus 6 plus 84 s upon s plus 6. If you solve this, 4s square plus 24s is equal to 72s plus 72 into 6 432 plus 84 s. Okay, so this is 4s square. If you solve this, 84 plus 72 8 7 15 156. 156, if this comes this side, minus 24 this will be minus 132s minus 432 is equal to 0. Now divide this by 4, this will be 33, this will be 108. So s square minus 33 minus 108 is equal to 0. Solve this equation. S square minus 36 minus 3, this is s here, again s here, minus 108 is equal to 0. So if you solve this equation, you will find this s plus 3 s minus 36. So there will be two possible values of speed. It will be minus 3 km per hour and 36 km per hour. Since the speed cannot be in negative, so you will not take minus 3. The required speed of the train is 36 km per hour. Correct option is B. Okay, now we will move to the next question. Question number 34. It says that in a rare coin collection there is 1 gold, for every 4 non-gold coins. Okay, so if 1 gold coin for every 4 non-gold coins. Okay, 5 more gold coins are added to the collection, and the ratio of the gold coins to non-gold coins would be 1:3. Based on the information, the total number of coins in the collection now becomes, so let's assume that number of gold coins is X. The initial ratio will be there is 1 gold coin for every non-gold coin. So the initial ratio would be X is to 4X. If there is 1 gold coin, there is 4 non-gold coins. Now 5 more gold coins are added. So this is X plus 5 added to the collection, and the ratio of the gold coins to non-gold coins is, look here, only gold coins are added in this collection, non-gold coins are not added. So the 4x remains the same. New number of gold coins becomes x plus 5. So this is x plus 5 upon 4x is equal to 1/3, 1:3. It says that 5 more gold coins are added to the collection, and the ratio of the gold coins to non-gold coins. Now the new total number of gold coins are x plus 5, and non-gold coins remains the same. So we have 4x here. The new ratio is 1:3. Now solve this equation. 3x plus 15 is equal to 4x. X is equal to 15. If you see here, gold coins are x plus 5. So the total number of gold coins are 20, and the total number of non-gold coins x 4 into 15, that is 60. We have to find the total number of coins in the collection. 20 plus 60, this is 80. Correct option is B, option 80. Now the next question is question number 35. It says that the ratio of salary of Ram in August to that in December was given. This is the ratio of August to that of December. By what percent the salary of August more than the salary of December? See, the value, the exact amount of salary is not given. So we can say that the salary in August was 10/3x, and in December was 19/6x. So we have to find the by what percent was the salary of August more than the salary of December. So the required percentage is difference between say of August and December salary, and in the base will come salary of August, because we have to find by what percent the salary of August more than salary of December. So the difference is 10/3 minus 19/6x. This is 10/3x. X will cancel each other. This will become 1/6 upon 10/3. This will 1/6 into 3/10 to 1/20. Since we have to find the value in percent, multiply it by 100, we'll find 5%. So the salary in August is 5% more than the salary in December. The correct option is A, 5%. Question number 36. It says that the marked price of a laptop is 10,500. Marked price. Aman bought it for 2 successive discounts, that is 20% and 30%. So two successive discounts, D1 and D2. He spent 20% more on transportation and sold it for 11,000. This is selling price. We have to find his profit, how much profit he made. So you might know this formula, that price after, if there are more than one discounts are given, price of two successive discounts. So you have to take this marked price, this 10. This will be 100 minus 20 upon 100 first discount, then 100 minus 5 upon 100 second discount. So this will become, if you solve this, this is 80 by 100, it means 4 by 5. This will become 95 by 100, means 19 by 20. If you solve this further, you will get 7,980. So first we have to find the cost price for Aman, the exact cost price, and since he sold it for 11,000, we will be able to know the profit he earned by selling the laptop. So this is the exact amount Aman bought the laptop, but he also spent 20 rupees 20 on transportation. So the cost price for Aman will become this much, 8,000. Of 7,980 he bought the laptop after two successive discounts. Then he spent rupees 20 on transportation. So the cost price for Aman of the laptop is 8,000. We know that he sold the laptop for 11,000. So the profit percent is equal to 11,000 minus 8,000 upon 8,000 into 100. This will be 3,000 upon 8,000. Cancel these three zeros, into 100 is 300 upon 8. It will be 37, more than 37 by 0.5%. So Aman earned 37.5% by selling the laptop for 11,000. See, you don't have to go into the exact calculation here. Given options are 40%, 35%, 33%, 37%. You know that this is less than 40% because it would have been 3,200. अगर यहाँ पे 32 रहता, 320 रहता, then it would have been 40%. And for 35%, it needs to be 280. Since for 30% is 240. For 35%, it needs to be 280. Then it would have 35%. But since the value is 300, so it should have been between 35 to 40. The correct option is A, 37.5%. Question number 37. It says that S is equal to S, the set of values for S is given and T is given. Then the relation between set S and set T. See, if you see, for set S, all the even numbers from 2 to 14 is given, and for T, the odd numbers from between 1 and 13 is given. So we have to see which option is correct. We have to find the relation between set S and set T. First thing is that the numbers between S and T are not common. They are different. So option A says that S is a subset of T. This is incorrect because if say the S would have been say a 3, 7, 11, then S would have been subset of T because T has all these values including other values also. Since the values the subset of S is clearly different from subset of T, S cannot be a subset of T. B is said S minus T is a null set. Again this is incorrect because if the values of S and T are same, then S minus T would have been null. But the values in set S and set T are clearly different. So when you subtract T from S, you will get in fact all the values. So T is incorrect. Actually this is a question of union and intersection. If you can recall from your high school, question option C says that S union T contains maximum 4 elements. See, union means if you will bring all the values here, so the values would be total of 14, not 4. It will be 14. D, S and T are disjointed sets. This is correct because there is no relation between S and T because there is no common value between set S and set T. Correct option is D. Next question. Again this question is also based on union and intersection. It says that in a group of 150 persons, 130 people speak English and 61 can speak French. How many can speak both English and French? Say that those who can speak English 132, take A for English speaking, then B for French, those who speak French, there are 61, and we have the total number of people are 150. So N A union B is equal to 150. We have to find how many can speak both French and English. So what we have to find is that N A intersection B. So the formula for this is that N A plus N B minus N A union B. So the number of English speaking are 132. The number of French speaking is 61. We know the total number of persons 150. So this will be 43. So the number of persons who can speak both English and French is 43. The correct option is C. Next question, question number 39. It says that A can do a piece of work in 30 days. So the efficiency of A is 1 by 30. B works twice as fast as A. How long they would take to finish the work together? Okay. So the efficiency of A is 130. It means A can do in one day, A can do 1 by 30 amount of work, and since B is twice fast as A, then B will do in one day twice the amount of work done by B. This is 2 by 30, 1 by 15. If you take C here, total unit of work, we have to find a total unit of work first. This is the LCM of 15 and 30. This is 30. And how long they would take to finish the work together. So efficiency of A is 1 by 3, efficiency of B is 2 by 30, efficiency of A plus B will be 1 by 30 plus 1 by 15. This will be 30. (31) plus 2 is equal to 3 by 30. So the number of days to complete the work will be 30 by 3, that is 10 days. So A and B working together, they can complete the work in 30 days. Sorry, in 10 days. Correct option is B. In fact, here you don't need this LCM, total unit of work. So you have to find the first the efficiency of A, efficiency of B, and they're working together, efficiency of A and B. Next question, question number 41. The LCM of two numbers is 360 and the ratio is 9:10. Then the number is the ratio of the two numbers is 9:10. You can say that the first number is 9x, the second number is 10x. The LCM is given. If you take, remember this formula always, LCM into, if two numbers are given, LCM into SCF is equal to the two numbers A into B. So the SCF of these two numbers will be x. We have LCM 360 x, then 9x into 10x, cancel this x, you will get 360 by 90 is equal to x, x is equal to 4. The first number will be 36 and the second number will be 40. 36 and 40. Correct option is C, 36 and 40. Question number 43. The next question of quant is question number 43. It says that the ratio of sum of m and n terms of an arithmetic progression is m square is to n square. Find the ratio of the mnth term and nth term. Okay. Again, a question on arithmetic progression. Let's assume that the first number is A and the difference is D as standard numbers assumed for arithmetic progression. We know that the sum is equal to 2A plus n minus 1 D or m minus 1d. This is because the last number of the arithmetic progression is not given. It is talking about the ratio of the sum of m and n terms. So for m it is 2a plus m minus 1d. For n terms it will be 2a plus n minus 1d. This value is given. This is m square upon n square. This is incorrect. Also take the value a here, m by 2 and n by 2. So these two will cancel each other. N will cancel this square. Here m will cancel this 1m. Then resolve this equation. 2a n plus this will come here, m n d minus n d. This will be equal to 2a m plus m and d minus m d. Don't get scared by the options and the kind of question, because only this requires only simple resolving the equations. Otherwise this question is very easy. So they will cancel each other. What we will have is 2a m minus n is equal to this will go this side and this will come this side. So m minus n d, m minus n, they will cancel each other. We have 2a is equal to d. What we have to find is that we have to find the ratio of mth term and nth term. So the relation between a and d is 2a is equal to d. We have to find the mth term, it is Tm upon Tn. This will be a plus m minus 1 d upon a plus n minus 1 d. We know the value of d, so a plus 2a m minus 1 upon a plus 2a n minus 1. So if you take common from numerator and denominator, they will cancel each other. You will get 1 plus 2m minus 2 upon 1 plus 2n minus 2. This will 2m minus 1 upon 2n minus 1. So the ratio of the mth term and nth term is 2m minus 1 upon 2n minus 1. The correct option is option C. Tm upon Tn is equal to 2m minus 1 upon 2n minus 1. So in this equation, by taking the ratio of m and n terms, you will get the relation between a and d. Then this is Tm upon Tn is quite simple. You will, when you put the value of d here, 2a, you will get this equation, 2m minus 1 upon 2n minus 1. Next question, question number 57. Again a question on work and efficiency. A can do a piece of work in 12 days. A will do a piece of work in 12 days. B can do a piece of work in 20 days. With the help of C, they did the work in 6 days only. Okay, then C alone can do the work in See, here it says that all A, B and C working together, they can complete the work in 6 days. Then the work of A is given, the work of B is given. So can we say that if we subtract from the total from the work done by all together with work done by A and work done by B, we will get the work done by C. So efficiency of A is 1 by 12, efficiency of B is 1 by 20, efficiency of all of them working together is 1 by 6. So can you say that C's 1 day of work is equal to A plus B plus C's 1 day of work minus A's 1 day of work minus B's 1 day of work. One day of work for A, B and C is 1 by 6. This is 1 by 12 minus 1 by 20. If you solve this, this is 60, then 10 minus 5 minus 3, this is 2 by 60, that's 1 by 30. So the C's 1 day of work is 1 by 3, and then the total, if the C alone is working on this, on that work, he will complete the work in 30 days, because 1 day of work is 130, the total work can be completed in 30 days. Correct option is C. Question number 58. It says that if each of the 3 non-zero numbers A, B and C is divisible by 4, then A, B and C must be divisible by which one of the following numbers? So they are non-zero numbers, A, B and C, all of them are divisible by 4. Can you say that A is, say, 4P, B is 4Q. We don't know the exact value of A, B and C, but we know that they are divisible by 4. So we can write this as CS4R. We have to see AB is divisible by 4, P into 4, Q into 4, R. This will be 64, P, Q, R. We don't know what is the value of A, B and C, but we do know that when A, B and C are multiplied, their value will be divisible by 64. It will be exactly divisible by 4. So since this is 64, it can be also divisible by 64. Other than 64, it can be divisible by 16 and 4. So the correct option is option D. All 4, 16, 64 all can divide the multiple of A, B and C. So the next question is question number 63. It says that Sachin can cover a distance in 1 hour 24 minutes by covering 2/3 of the distance at 4 km per hour and the rest at 5 km per hour. So this is 2/3. Assume that the total distance is x. This is 1/3 of x. The total time taken by Sachin is 1 hour and 24 minutes. This is total time. You need to cover this, convert this value in hours only. So this is 124 by 60. This will be 1 4 by 10, then 2 by 5. This will be 7 by 5 hours is the total time taken by Sachin to cover the entire distance. So this is 2/3 is covered by at 4 km per hour. The rest is covered at 5 km per hour. We know the total time. Total time 7 by 5. We can say that this is the speed and this is the distance. 2 by 3 x upon 4 plus 1 by 3 x upon 5. This will be equal to 2 by 12 plus 1 by 15. This is 60. 5, 10 plus 4. This is 14 by 60. This is 7 by 5. 7 by 5. This value is in x. So cancel this. This will become 12. Become 2. So 2x is equal to 12. X is equal to 6. So the total distance is 6 km. 2/3 is covered with the speed of 4 km per hour and 1/3 is covered at the speed of 5 km per hour. Our option is C. 6 km is the total distance covered by Sachin. Question number 68. A bag contains 15 balls numbered 1 to 15. Full stop. A ball is drawn and then another ball is drawn without replacement. Find the probability that both the ball drawns will show odd numbers. So the two balls are drawn. If you see 1, 2 like this, go up till 15. So there are 15 balls in a bag numbered 1 to 15. And we have to find the probability that both the balls will show odd numbers. So the total number of odd numbers from 1 to 15 is 8. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15. So total number of odd is 8. Odd numbers are 8. When the first ball is drawn out of 15 balls and that it should show odd number, then the probability that it should show an odd number is 8 by 15. Now the second ball is withdrawn and we know that it is drawn without replacement. So when the first ball is drawn, then there are only 14 balls remaining, and in these 14 balls there are only 7 odd numbers. So this will become 7 by 14. It will become 2 cancels 8 with 4. It's only 4 by 15. We have to understand one thing here, that the first ball is drawn. When the second ball is drawn, it is drawn without replacement. First thing. Second thing, the number of odd numbers from 1 to 15 is 8. When the one ball is drawn, then the remaining balls are 14. Then the number of odd numbers from 1 to 14 are 7. So when the second ball is drawn, its probability will be that it shows the odd number is 7 by 14. So multiply both of them, you will get 4 by 15. Correct option is D, 4 by 15. Question number 69. It says that a sum of money at simple interest amounts to 796 in 3 years and to rupees 828 in 4 years. The sum is, so we don't know the principal amount here, but we know that when a simple interest is charged on that amount in 3 years, the total principal plus interest becomes 796, and in 4 years it becomes 828. See, after 3 years it becomes 796, but in 4 years it becomes 828. So can we say that this is for 4 years, this is for 3 years, then for 1 year the interest, the simple interest would have to be 828 minus 796, this is 32. This is the simple interest for 1 year. Fine. And the sum of money after 3 years is 796 after 3 years. So if you multiply 32 with 3, this is 96. So this is the simple interest for 3 years. This value is principal plus simple interest. So if you see, the principal will be 796 minus 96. The principal amount is 700. The required sum is 700. Correct option is D. Question number 70. Again a question on work. Anuj can do a work in 14 days. So the efficiency of Anuj is 1 by 14. Manoj can do the same work in 20 days. Manoj's efficiency is 1 by 20. In how many days can they complete by working together? In how many days can they complete by working together? So the efficiency of Anuj and Manoj, their efficiency is 1 by 14 plus 1 by 20. 40, this is 10, this is 17 by 140. So this is the efficiency of Anuj and Manoj working together. Then they can complete it by working together in how many days? They will complete in 140 by 70 days. 17 by 140 is the amount they will together complete in 1 day. Correct option is option C. 140 by 17 days. Based on that bar graphs, it says that the total fares from Mumbai to those places to which Jet Airways did have a flight but Indigo does not is what percent of total fares of Jet Airways from Mumbai to all places? Total fares of Jet Airways from Mumbai to all places. So we have to first calculate the fares of Jet Airways from Mumbai to all the places. Initially it said that the total fares from Mumbai to all those places to which Jet Airways did have a flight but Indigo does not. So total fares of Jet Airways from all the cities and total fares of Jet Airways from Mumbai to all the places where Indigo does not have flight. So the total fares for Jet Airways is, if you calculate 40 plus 100 plus 125, 300, this is 2655, 2655 rupees. And the cities, total fares of cities where Indigo does not travel, these are Kochi, Colombo and Kota. So the Jet Airways fare for Kochi, Colombo and Kota This is 150 plus 450, 600, then 350, 950. Since we have to find these values in percentage, this will be somewhere around 36% if you calculate this. Fine. So the required percentage is 36%. The correct option is C. You need to understand this question is that the total fares from Mumbai to all those places which Jet Airways did have a flight, but Indigo does not. It means to Kochi, Colombo and Kota, Jet Airways have the flight, but Indigo does not have to these three cities. So the Jet Airways rate, the fare rate for these three cities to that of all the cities, all fares of all the cities covered by Jet Airways from Mumbai. Percentage is 36. Next is question number 72. It says that the total fares of flights of Jet Airways from Mumbai to other cities in India in 1998 form what percent of the total fares of Indigo from Mumbai to other cities in India? Notice this thing, other cities in India. So there are international destinations as well. We have to account only the Indian cities. So the total fares for Jet Airways is 2,2655, but it also covers Karachi and Colombo. We have to discount this fares of 450 and 400. 850 minus 850, this is 1805, and same value for Indigo. If you calculate all the values, you will get that 900 plus 2500 plus 300 plus 3500, 3800, 2200. You will not calculate this 5000 because this is Karachi city. This is 1250. So this will be 17,150. What you have to find is that you have to find the total fares of flights of Jet Airways from Mumbai to other cities in India in 1998 from what percentage of the total fares of Indigo from Mumbai to, okay. So this will be 1805 upon 750. You have to find this percentage. So this will be, if you see, this is more than 17,000 and this is 1800. So 1700 is 10% of 17,000. So you can deduce that this is little more than 10%. So the correct option needs to be D, 11%. You have to find the approximate value. Correct option is D. Question number 73. It says that if the annual simple rate of inflation is 7.5%, how would the fare from Mumbai to Calcutta by Jet Airways compares with its counterpart Indigo? Okay. So the fares for Jet Airways is given for 1998, and for Indigo it is 2018. Fine. So there is 20 years difference, and the inflation for every year is 7.5%. That 20 years. And we have to compare the fares for Jet Airways with that of the Indigo by adding 7.5% inflation in the fares of Jet Airways for 20 years. We will come to 2080 and compare with Indigo. So we have to calculate the fare from Mumbai to Calcutta. See, the fare from Mumbai to Calcutta is this is here, Kolkata 300. So we will take the inflation of 7.5% over 300 for 20 years. So 300 is the fare from Mumbai to Kolkata for 20 years. The inflation was 7.5%. If you calculate this, this is 450. This is the inflation, and the total value, total fare from Mumbai to Kolkata would be 300 plus the inflated inflation, that is 450, is 750. Now we have to calculate this fare, compare this fare with Indigo's rate. So the Indigo's rate from Mumbai to Kolkata is 3500. This is for Jet Airways. 3500 is for Indigo. Fine. So the option A says that Indigo fare would be more than 4.5 times the Jet Airways fare. If you compare 750 and 3500, you will see that 750 into 4, this is 3000, 0.5 times, half of 750 is 375. So 3375. So this comes very near to 4.5 times the Jet Airways fare. See, 750 into 4 is 4, 2, 3000 plus 375. This is 3375. So this is very near to 3500 of the 4.5 times to that of the Jet Airways. It comes near to the fare of Indigo. Second statement says that the Indigo fare would be 3.5 times. This is incorrect. Jet Airways fare would be 5.5 times. This is also incorrect. This is also incorrect. The correct option is A. So this is very near to the fare of Indigo. Correct option is A. Question number 74. Indigo declared a discount of 37.5% on the fares for any person who travelled from Mumbai to all other places in India where they have flights within a period of 1 year. What will such a person effectively have to pay? So Indigo declares that there will be discount of 37.5% on all the destinations in India within a period of 1 year. So say if the person is traveling to all the destinations in India and paying amount of X, and there is a discount of 37.5% that he have to pay 62.5% of X. But we have to calculate the fare from Mumbai to all the places in India of Indigo. So we know that you don't have to calculate the fare for Karachi, and the rest of the amount is 900 plus 2500, then 3000, 3500, 3800, 2200 and 1250. So total fare would be 22,150. So there is a 37.5% discount. So a person has to pay 62.5% of 22,150. If you see, this is 62.5% can be written as 5 by 8 into 2150. So 5 by 8 into 22,150. Since the value is in percent, we'll multiply it by 100. When you do bit more calculation, you will find that the correct option is option B, 138, 13,843. So the correct value is 13,843.75 paisa. Option B. Now the last question, question number 77. It says that the LCM and HCF of two numbers is 72 and 2 respectively. One of the number is 8, then find the other number. Let the another number is x. So we know that HCF LCM into HCF LCM into HCF is equal to two numbers, A into B. LCM is 72, HCF is 2, A is 8, B is x, 9, x is equal to 18. So the another number is 18. Correct option is B. So 77 is the last question. This is all in the current section of quant. Thank you very much.
Now let's look at the questions you had for reading and comprehension in this week's CSAT paper. Alright, the first passage, what does it say? The 19th century German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche was one of those who glorified war. Alright, so there was some German philosopher who liked to glorify war. Nietzsche did not value peace because he believed that only conflict could facilitate the growth of civilization. So he says that peace is not useful for civilizations because only conflict can act as the fuel to make the civilization grow. Alright. Several other thinkers have similarly condemned peace and commended strife. So they've gone against peace. Where is it? They've said they've condemned peace and they've commended strife. Strife means fighting, strife means disagreement, strife means conflict. Alright. What else? That these are vehicles of individual heroism and social vitality. Individual heroism, that singular people individually they become heroes because of strife, and social vitality, vitality means life, growth, energy. So social vitality comes from strife, from conflict. That is what the passage is saying, that several thinkers are saying that the strife brings individual heroism and social vitality. Alright. Then the passage says that the Italian social theorist Wilfredo Pareto argued that people who were able to and that people who were able and willing to use force to achieve their goals constituted the governing elites in most societies. So they are saying what? That there was this person, one social theorist, Wilfredo Pareto, who said that what? People who are able, who are capable and who are willing, who have the wish to use force to achieve their goals, who wanted to use force, that is to create strife, to create conflict, to achieve their goals, these people were the people who became the governing elites, right? The people who would capture power in societies, and he described them as lions, alright. So that is what the passage is saying. Now let us see what the question was. They have only asked you one question from this passage, which is, which of the following is the most logical and rational inference that can be made from the above passage, okay. So what can we understand from the passage, what is something that we can infer from the passage? The first option is what? That peace occupies a prominent place in the teachings of almost all religions. Now they are talking about almost all religions, and there was no talk of different religions in this passage, right. So that is why A was wrong, because it is going out of scope of the passage, alright. What else? According to Nietzsche, peaceful civil disobedience has never been successful. Now again, this peaceful civil disobedience and even civil disobedience itself is again out of scope of the passage, right. There was no mention of anything to do with civil disobedience. The third option is what? That many thinkers have questioned the desirability of peace. Now thinkers have questioned desirability of peace, this much you can agree on. How do we know that many thinkers have questioned the desirability of peace? Because the passage says over here that one of those who glorified war, right here. Nietzsche was one of those who glorified war, which means there are many others also. And the passage of course talks about two, Nietzsche and this Italian theorist, right. That is why C was something that we could infer. What is the last one? Only war can facilitate the growth of world economy. One, economy was out of scope, and only again was a very constrictive sort of word. That is why our correct answer for question 7 for the first passage in your test was C, alright. The second passage now is, for a society, deciding about what constitutes development is a bit like what? Students deciding about what kind of school magazine they want and how they should work on it. So a society is being compared to what? A group of students, right. So there is a comparison here, alright. Deciding about what kind of school magazine they want, right. It is like a project that people have in school. So we could mechanically follow a model which has been previously used in our own or other countries. What does that mean? We could mechanically, right, without thinking like a robot, just following the motions of the activity, right, that is mechanical. So we could do it mechanically, follow something which is already being done in our country or some other country, alright. Or we could plan keeping in mind the good of the society as well as the rights of those people whose lives may be directly affected by developmental projects, right. So this is one alternative, that we can mechanically follow a model. Or what can we do? We can plan keeping in mind the good of the society as a whole, as well as, so the good of the society as a whole, right, plus as well as what? The rights of those people whose lives may be directly affected by developmental projects, right. So the society as a whole, wherein of course developmental projects could be useful, and of course the people whose lives will be directly affected, right, the people who are vulnerable, both can be considered. Leaders can either concentrate on implementing plans regardless of protests, right. So people who are getting affected might protest, and the leaders may or may not pay heed to them, right. Or they can proceed democratically, that is by listening to the protests, carrying the people with them, alright. So what I suggest is, when you read your passages for the first time, you have to engage in something called active reading. What that means is that you are not just looking at the words and thinking nothing about them. What I want you to do is, when you are reading the passage, ask yourself questions, right, try to rephrase what it is that they are trying to say in the passage, and if you want, you can translate it into whatever language is most comfortable to you, right. You want to change it into or translate in your head the passage into some simpler English, right, or you want to change it into your mother tongue, you want to make jokes about it, whatever it is, but you have to engage with the text, so that what you do is you are not just reading, you are also comprehending what they are saying, right. So what that means is it becomes a reading comprehension only when you read and try to assimilate the meaning. Otherwise, when you look at the options, when you look at the question, you will have to come back to the passage, alright. And when that happens, it means you are taking more and more time in these questions, and with that you will not be able to complete your paper if you have to keep going back and forth, alright. So please read your passages actively. Let us move on to the question, which was, which of the following is the most logical corollary to the above passage, right. So what happened in the passage, they are saying that what is the corollary. What it means is that you want to move forward from the passage, what is the next logical step that you can take, alright. So what does the question say? The question says option A is, the term development refers to the goal of increasing the rate of economic growth of a country, right. So they are saying development means economic growth, and now economic growth was not given in the passage, and plus what they were saying was that people can decide for themselves whatever development can mean, alright. So that is why A would not be the right answer, right. The next next option was what? That development can only be sustained if the decision is made in a democratic manner. Now they are saying that the decisions should be democratic, but development can be sustained. Are they talking about how to keep development at a level which it stays? Are we talking about sustenance here, that over time development stays either constant or grows? So there was no talk of sustaining development in the passage, which is why B was also wrong, alright. The next option is, for ensuring development, larger good of the society should prevail over the rights of some people. What are they saying? That good of the society should prevail over the rights of some other people, which means larger good is greater than what? Rights of some, right. But in the passage what did they say? That leaders can take both of them together or none at all, right. Here they were saying that keeping in mind the good of the society as well as the rights of those who may be directly affected, right. So it was as well as, which means plus, right, not prevail, right, which is greater. That is why C was wrong. We were not giving preference to anything in comparison to both of these options, alright. That is why our, by elimination of course we are left with D, but let us evaluate the idea of development may vary from person to person in the society. Yes, that was the premise of the passage, and of course when we extend the meaning of the passage away from the last sentence, that leaders can either concentrate on this option or the other, carry the people or listen to the or ignore the protests, but development would mean that it can vary from person to person in the society, alright. That is why the correct answer for question 8 was what? Option D, alright. The next passage now is passage 3. Now this is a very short passage, and sometimes when the passage is short itself, even then getting the message is difficult, alright. Let us see what it says. It says, as I would not be a slave, as I would not want to be a slave, right? As I would not be a slave, so I would not be a master. Just so, how to extend this meaning? It is like, just as I would not be a slave, so I would also not be a master, alright. Sometimes the language is such that we are quoting somebody, but the meaning is implicit, right. So you have to add certain words to understand what they are trying to say. So this expresses my idea of democracy. What? This, not being a slave and not being a master. That is the essence of democracy. That is my idea of democracy. Whatever differs from this, any other system, whatever it may be, whatever differs from this, whatever system differs from this definition, to the extent of that difference is not a democracy, is no democracy, right. So anything that is not similar to what my first statement is, that is not democracy, and to what extent is it different? To the extent of this difference, alright. So that is what this tiny passage was trying to tell you. This of course is a very famous quote by who? Abraham Lincoln, right? In America, during their abolition of slavery and civil war, that period. I also suggest, well, here before we move forward, when you find such quotes or such information even in your preliminary tests, I suggest you write it down or make a note of something that touches you, something that resonates with you, or something that you are impressed by. For what? For your mains examination, right? How you can use this quotation if you're writing, say, an essay, right? In your essay paper you can find these things. When you're reading comprehension passages, if you find a word that you would like to use in your answers, right, to express yourself better, that's why we're discussing word meanings in fact in these questions also. If you find something useful, please pick it up, please become hungry to look for value additions for your answers, alright. So anyhow, this was by Abraham Lincoln, a famous quote about his definition of democracy, which stands in stark opposition to what? To slavery, alright. What was the question about it now? Question was, what is the most logical and rational inference that can be made from the above passage? What can you infer? In a democracy, there is no tyranny of the majority. What is tyranny? Misuse of power, right? So are they saying that in a democracy, somebody who gets power will not misuse it? No, that's not something that was being said in the passage. Without the prohibition of slavery, there cannot be any democracy, right? So that is the definition of democracy that Lincoln was saying. That's why it was correct, right? That is the inference. But let's look at the other options also. Now, equality is the basis of democracy. This is a tempting option. Why? Because equality is the basis of democracy sounds very good to us, right? It is something that we expect, that we make this link with democracy and its definition. But of course, we have to stay within the confines of the tiny passage that we were given, and that talks about slavery and not equality, right? Equality is again a little distant from the idea of slavery, right? And democracy is the protection of minority. Again, this is not something that the passage was saying, right? And further, even if you want to go by logic, for your GK also you should know that when we're talking about this definition by Lincoln, this was about slavery, right? And equality in the American system of course came later, after the abolition of slavery, because you have to worry about things like female suffrage, right, and the equality of people of color also. So that's why by that logic also, but again that is what? External information, right? And you have to confine your analysis of the passage only to the information given inside the passage, and they were only talking about slavery, right? Again, one more reason why option B was the only correct answer in this question, all right. Now again, one more short passage, question 10, passage 4. According to Superlin, now we don't know what or who the Superlin is. Is this a person? Is this a theory? Is this a robot? We have no idea, but we don't need to know either, all right. For your analysis, you do not require to know all facts. So according to Superlin, the meaning of poverty is the low standard of living, right. So they are trying to give us the meaning of poverty, and what is it? It is a low standard of living due to material shortages, all right. So there is a shortage of material of materialistic things in a person. They have not told us in who, all right. So in a is a low standard of living. Why? Because there is material shortage, right, where in a number or classes of people, right. So this can be individuals, in a number, people, right, or it can be groups of people, right, when compared to, so there is a comparison also involved to the prevailing standard of living in the surrounding community, right. So we are talking about people, those people when compared to the rest of the community, right, if their living standard is what? Below, right, there is a shortage in their living standard, that is what poverty will be defined as, all right. According to who? According to this Superlin, person, thing, theory, we don't know, all right. That was the passage. What are they asking you? They are asking you, what is the passage trying to explain? What type of poverty, all right. Now, short passage and even shorter options. So what is subjective poverty? Poverty will be subjective when it has to be sort of diffuse and variable in its perception, right? That is what subjective is meant to signify. So, are they talking about subjective poverty? No, we are not talking about variable perception. Cultural poverty, are they talking about poverty in terms of a culture? No, they did not talk about culture. Were they talking about absolute poverty? Were they giving a definite criteria according to which poverty was defined? No. Are they talking about relative poverty? Yes, this one is correct. Why? Because they were giving you one comparison, right? As compared to other people in the community, right? What is the material shortage? That's why option D was correct for question 10. Now, this passage is of course longer. Question 17 to 20, passage 5. All right. Now, Indian Ocean is a vast theatre stretching from Strait of Malacca and the western coast of Australia. So, what is a vast theatre? Where is it? Here. Vast theatre means this is where the story will unfold, right? This is where the action happens. So, the Indian Ocean is a vast theatre and it is stretching from the Strait of Malacca on the western coast of Australia in the east, right? Again, slightly confusing language. Strait of Malacca and the western coast of Australia. This is the place, right? If you know your world map, okay. Australia is somewhere here. So, they are talking about western fringe of Australia in the east, right? And this is the what? Eastern region. So, from the east here to what? The Mozambique channel in the west, right? So, okay, Africa here and Mozambique channel here. So, we are talking about the expanse of the Indian Ocean, alright. Okay. Along the coast of this huge geographic expanse are countries that are home to some 2.7 billion people, right. So, a lot of people live here. The region's size and diversity explain its geo-economic importance. Geo-economic importance is why? Because it is large and it is diverse in culture, alright. Its regional forum, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, includes countries as politically and socially different as Australia, Indonesia, Iran and South Africa. So, they are saying that there is a regional forum which is called what? The IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association, and it has countries which are very, very different in both their politics and their culture, right. And then they have given you examples also. Australia, Indonesia, Iran and South Africa are of course very, very different countries from each other, alright. And then this difference does what? Leads to striking new power dynamics, right, because they are very, very different. There is a lot of dynamics in their power relationship. It is very variable. From resource rich Africa and the energy dense Middle East to South Asia's labour markets and manufacturing industries, the stability of the Indian Ocean is crucial to the global economy. So, stability is very important for the global economy. And what is the things that comprise this region? Africa is resource rich, Middle East is energy rich and South Asia has labour markets and manufacturing abilities, alright. Great. While it may be difficult today for one nation to control the entire expanse of the Indian Ocean, it is difficult now for only one country to control all of Indian Ocean, the way what? The way the British, the French or Portuguese empires did during the colonial period, right. So, they are saying that today it is very difficult for one country to control all of this region the way it was done in the colonial times, right. But the strategic significance of the Indian Ocean remains the same, right. So, strategic that is why they had colonial power, right. That is why imperialism was the thing, that is why colonialism was a thing, because there was a lot of strategic significance of the Indian Ocean, right, and that remains even today. In fact, the advent of the Indo-Pacific, advent means the creation or the time of coming into prominence of the Indo-Pacific, the new geopolitical framework that includes both the Indian and Pacific Oceans, right. So, now we have a new geopolitical framework, Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean together, that has come into being, right. So, this is the period of its advent. Both Indian Pacific Oceans has pushed the Indian Ocean back into the spotlight after a period with no serious great power competition in the region following the end of Cold War. So, after the end of Cold War, the Indian Ocean did not have a lot of power competition, but this Indo-Pacific Ocean thing, since this geopolitical framework has come back, So the Indian Ocean has come back into the framework, into the spotlight. All right, that is what it said in this paragraph. Now, the importance of what? Of trade and the sheer scope of its many subregions. The importance of trade here in this Indian Ocean and the sheer scope of many subregions, right? And the scope of all of the regions of the countries of the smaller parts make the Indian Ocean critical in terms of military and strategic engagement, right? Because of these two things, trade and scope, right? This region becomes very, very critical because of what? In terms of military and strategic engagement, right? Relationships and fighting. It is a vital trading hub connecting the Middle East to the Southeast and East Asia, right? So, connecting the Middle East, we are talking that it is a important connection, right, as well as Europe and the Americas. So, basically all of the countries of this region have to use this ocean to connect to the rest of the world, right. Any disruption along its trading routes will impact the entire globe's energy security, right. So, any disruption in this route will break up what? The energy security of the entire globe, right. Let alone that of significant economies like China, Japan and South Korea. Not just these three countries, China, Japan, South Korea, but for the entire world the energy security will be disrupted. What else? These three countries, so they have put a comma and they are saying which depend on the energy imported primarily via the Malacca Strait, right. So, one thing about grammar English you should know that what? When you have a comma and you say which, it means whatever was preceding that comma. So, which depend on energy imported primarily via the Malacca Strait, who is dependent on the energy being transported through Malacca Strait? These three countries, China, Japan and South Korea, right. And why were these examples given? They were saying that it is not just these three countries who are completely dependent, but the entire world will get impacted, all right. So, that is the technique. When you have a very long sentence with multiple clauses, I say you break them down and keep getting chunks of meaning from every phrase, all right, or every clause. So, at the heart of the geopolitical struggle in the Indian Ocean is the ability to sustain of a military presence near the key checkpoints connecting its trade routes. So, what they say? In order to get or sustain a military presence here, you have to what? You have to establish your military presence at the choke points connecting the trade routes, and that is the center of what? The this is the center of the geopolitical struggle, right. That is why people are fighting, because they want to establish their military presence in the trade route or the travel route. Such a presence gives countries the power to protect and disrupt these valuable maritime channels, right. So, you can either protect this region, be a good country, or you can disrupt these channels, right, and then be detrimental to everybody. And these maritime channels are known as what? So, these maritime channels known as sea lines of communication, SLOC, right. Protection and SLOC interdiction in naval terms, right. So, they are saying that okay, protection is called SLOC protection of this route, right. SLOC interdiction means disruption. Interdiction, the word itself, what will it mean? Inter means between, right, and diction is like to talk, to be able to communicate, right. So, interdiction is sort of interfering in people's communication. So, that is why disruption of these channels, right. So, such a presence gives countries the power to do what? Either SLOC protection or SLOC interdiction during times of peace and war, right. So, that was this passage. We have broken down the meaning phrase by phrase. What are the questions that they are asking you? According to the passage, which among the following are the reasons for the prominence of the Indian Ocean region, right? Why is it so prominent? The first option is the downfall of the British, French and Portuguese empires in the world. Now, this is not something that they say contributes to the prominence, right? They said that despite after British and French and Portuguese empires have broken down, now it is difficult for one country to control the entire region, right? That does not make it a reason why this region is important. That is why one was wrong. It offers a variety of resources, both natural and human. Yes, This is that what they were saying. They were saying that okay, some country is rich in energy resources, in material resources, and they have labor also, right? You don't need to remember facts, but you remember that the passage said this, right? So 2 is correct. The location of important trade hubs and sea lines of communication along its route, right? This is what they were saying. If the transport is constricted, if it is stopped, then the global trade will suffer, right? And of course, communications is also a part of that discussion, right? So both 2 and 3 are correct, and we did not have to refer back to the passage because we read it carefully, all right. That's why the correct answer was D, 2 and 3 only. Question 18 is what? They are asking you, with reference to the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. What assumptions? The strategic importance of the Indian Ocean has continued to grow unabated. What is unabated? It means that without any reduction, right? So there has been no stopping the growth of the importance of the Indian Ocean, right? This is something that they were saying, yes, that even though countries like Britain and Portuguese and all of those colonial powers have left, one country cannot control the region, but the strategic importance remains, right? That is what the passage was saying. So 1 is correct. Indian Ocean region functions like one giant cultural unit. No, we were talking about a lot of what? Diversity in the region, right? That is what the passage said. There was some talk of diversity. That's why 2 was wrong. What is the third option? One's ability to secure SLOC would determine who holds influence over Indian Ocean region, right? So in the last part of the passage, they were saying that strategic importance or military importance will come from who is able to establish, protect or disturb what? The choke points of these Indian Ocean regions, right? So that's what this statement again means. That's why 3 was correct, and the correct option becomes C, 1 and 3 only. All right. If you want to remember exactly what they were saying for the first statement, the passage read that Indian Ocean has the first statement was that strategic importance of the Indian Ocean continues to grow, right? And they were saying that in the passage that the significance of the Indian Ocean remains the same, right, in context of the loss of empires, right. Then the second option was what? That the Indian Ocean region functions like one giant cultural unit, right. And in the passage they said what? That size and diversity explains its importance, right, but that does not mean that it is one unit. And of course, the security of SLOC is self-evident from the last paragraph. Question 19 is what? According to the passage, which of the following has brought more focus to the region of Indian Ocean, right? So what has brought more focus? Is it the growing population? No, out of scope. New geopolitical framework of the Indo-Pacific. Yes, they were saying that okay, during the Cold War there was not a lot of focus, not a lot of spotlight in this region, but now this new Indo-Pacific geopolitical framework has come up, which is why Indian Ocean region is in focus again, right? This was said in the passage. So B was correct. What else were the options? The creation of new SLOCs. No, we were talking about the protection or disruption of SLOC and not creation of any new lines of communication. The last option was what? Discovery of new resources in Africa and the Middle East. Again, they were describing what resources are already there. There was no description, there was no discussion of new discoveries, right? No new discovery of SLOC, no new discovery of resources. That's why C and D were wrong, alright, and only B was correct. Okay. Next question, question 20 for this passage is what? What is the essential message of this passage, right? So what were we talking about in this passage? We talked about what? That Indian Ocean region is the theater of this geopolitics, right? Then they talked about okay, people and culture is very different, right? There is diversity, that was there. What does they say? That they said that the Indo-Pacific region has come into focus, and that is creating more attention for Indian Ocean region. What else they said? That energy dense the energy security of the entire world will get affected, right, if there is any disruption. So that is what the passage was talking about. And now they are saying what was the essential message when they were telling you all of this, when the passage was giving you all of this information, what was it trying to convince you of, right? What was the message? First option is what? That the strategic significance of the Indian Ocean region would be vital in shaping the world order, right? So geopolitics will be affected by, it will be vitally affected by what? The Indian Ocean region, right? And it has strategic significance. Is this what the passage was trying to say? It seems correct. Now let's look at the other options also, just to confirm. It connects several politically and socially different countries. This is true. This was said in the passage. Yes. The creation of the Indo-Pacific may lead to geopolitical strife in the region. So they can be fighting because there is more importance in the Indo-Pacific region. Okay, we can infer this from the passage, and some part of it could also be given in the passage. Okay. Trade and military power are closely interconnected. Again, something similar was being said in the passage, right? Now, what they've asked you to look for is the essential message in the entire passage. These options can be true or are partly true, but they are not reflecting the complete meaning of the passage, right? This is only part of the entire story, which is why B, C and D will be incorrect, right? That is why you have to analyze the entire passage. You have to grasp the entire passage and not just a couple of lines, not just looking for these options inside the passage, right? That is why reading comprehension and reading analysis are very different, right? In this passage, you have to gain the essential message that is coming from the entire text. If you go around looking for these sentences in the passage, you will be able to find it, and it will only make you read the passage again, which means you lose what? You will lose your most valuable thing in the examination, which is your time. Okay. So the correct answer was A only. Now passage 6. What are they saying? In our society, corruption and abuse of office has been aggravated by 3 factors. What is aggravated? Made worse. Again, this is a sort of word that you could be using in your mains answers. Anyhow, in our society, corruption and abuse of office has been aggravated by 3 factors. It has been made worse by 3 factors, which are what? First, there is a colonial legacy, there is a history, there is a pattern coming from the colonial time of what? Of unchallenged authority and the propensity to exercise power arbitrarily. What is propensity? Propensity means the inclination to exercise power arbitrarily. Matlab, it means without pattern, right? Haphazard way of exercising power. In a society which worships power, it is easy for public officials to deviate from ethical conduct. So, in a society which holds power in high regard, which worships power, in which power is very important, in such a society, it is easy for public officials to do what? To deviate, right? To change their paths, to stop obeying. From what? From ethical conduct, right? From acting in honest, good, ethical ways. Second, so they said 3 factors, right? This is the second factor in the second paragraph. There is enormous asymmetry of power in our society. Asymmetry, not symmetrical, imbalance, all right? So there is enormous asymmetry of power in our society. Nearly 90% of our people are in the unorganized sector, right? Okay, 90% of people are working in the unorganized sector. Quite a number of them lead a precarious existence. What is precarious? Precarious means unstable, right? Or insecure existence. Why? Because they are depending on subsistence wages with no job security. So they have just enough to live by and they don't have job security. If their job goes away, they will not be able to survive, right? That's why their existence is what? Precarious. And nearly 70% of the organized workers, so 10% left out of from 90%, right? And 70% of that 10%. So nearly 70% of the organized workers with job security and regular monthly wage are employed by the state directly or through public sector undertakings, right? So all of these people who are working in the organized sector, 70% of these people are in what? Government jobs, all right. Almost all these employees are educated in a largely illiterate and semi-literate society, right. So almost all of these employees have some greater quality, right? They are educated while the rest of the society is sort of illiterate. That is what the passage is trying to tell you. And economically, even the lowliest of public servants are better off than most people in the country, right? So, these people who are working in the organized sector, they are economically much better off than the rest of the people in the country. What is more, their employment in government comes with all of the trappings of power, right? So, their employment in the government, their government jobs are giving them the benefits, the symbols of power also. Such asymmetry of power reduces societal pressure to conform to ethical behavior and makes it easy to engage in corruption, to indulge in corruption, right? What are they saying? That it makes them easy to indulge in corruption, right? And reduces societal pressure to conform, to stay, to obey ethical behavior, right? Because they get power because of their government jobs. So, it makes these people more prone to corruption, it makes it easy for them to engage in corruption, right? So, this is what the second factor, this is what the first factor, okay. What else? Third, as a conscious choice, the Indian state in the early decades after independence, right. So, as a choice that our government made in the early decades after independence, right. So, as soon as we got independence 1947, they are saying the next few decades, 2-3 decades, we chose a set of policies. The choices that the government made were such that unintended consequences was to put the citizen at the mercy of the state, right. So, the sort of policies that we got, its unintended consequence, by chance what happened by it was that the citizens were put at mercy of the state, right. So, there was a client-patron relationship. Over regulation, severe restrictions on economic activity, excessive state control and near monopoly of the government in many sectors and an economy of scarcity all created conditions conducive to unbridled corruption. Again, long sentence, what are they saying? They are giving examples, right, of what happened. These unintended consequences were what? They were over regulation, there were severe restrictions on economic activity was restricted, alright. State had a lot of control, excessive control, and many sectors had near monopoly of the government, right. So, these were policies and they had unintended consequences. And what happened? We created an economy of scarcity, right. There was a scarcity of product in the economy, right. So, all of these conditions were conducive, were creating a good environment, were enabling what? Unbridled corruption. What is unbridled? Unbridled means, so if you have seen a horse, in order to ride a horse, they put a headgear sort of thing on the horse, you know, a bunch of straps and things, and then the reins are attached to that. So, that thing that is put on the horse is called a bridle, okay. So, that headgear thing. So, unbridled means that control mechanism, that bunch of straps that you put reins onto, all of that has been removed. So, now that horse can just run free in the wild. So, that is what they are saying, that corruption is like that horse that can run free in the wild. So, a lot of corruption, uncontrolled corruption was, unconstrained corruption was enabled because of these policies, alright. In addition, many state subsidies and beneficiary oriented programs in a situation of asymmetry of power converted the public servant into a patron, right. So, because the situation was such that the public needed something from the government servant, right. The beneficiary oriented program means that people had to go and ask for something for the benefit that the government has given them. So, what was created was that the public servant became a patron and a master, right, and the citizens became what? Mendicants. Matlab, mendicants means the citizens became like clients of the master who was the public servant, right. So, they became in disproportionate and asymmetrical sort of power structure. This at once enhanced opportunities to indulge in corruption and reduced the citizens' capacity to resist extraordinary demands, alright. So, because power structure was changed, because there was somebody who was above and somebody who was below, the opportunity to indulge in corruption grew, alright. So, that is what they were talking about in this passage. What are the questions that they ask you now? Question 27 from this passage is what? According to this passage, which of the following is or are factors for rampant corruption? Okay. Nature of the economic policies chosen after independence, yes. In the first few decades after independence, the policies were such that there were unintended consequences, yes. Unorganized nature of the economy, yes, that what 90% of the people are in the unorganized sector, 70% of those who are in the organized sector, they are in government jobs, and government jobs are giving you too much power, right? That is what the passage was saying, so 2 is okay. Poor quality of political culture, there was no talk of political culture in this passage, right? If you've read it carefully once, then you know for sure that okay, there was no talk of political culture, so this was what? Out of scope. So 3 is wrong. Low conformity to ethical conduct, yes, this was true. They were telling us what are the conditions, what are the reasons why these public servants were able to live in a situation where social pressure was reduced, right, and they did not have to conform to ethical standards. That's why 4 was correct, 3 was wrong, and the correct answer was B, 1, 2 and 4 only, right. Again, we did not read the passage at all, we are relying on our memory and assuming that we remember what we've just read in that very long passage. Question 28, which of the following is or are the correct inferences or inference that can be made from the passage? Okay. So, what is it that we can understand, that we can infer from the passage? The over-regulation of economy led to scarcity of products, yes. They were saying that there was over-regulation in the economy, right, in the country, and it made certain conditions, there were unintended consequences, and eventually they gave you like a bunch of examples that were happening, remember, and then the end result was that it created an economy of scarcity, yes, the passage said that. So, 1 is a valid inference. To reduce corruption, an ethical code of conduct needs to be made for the public officials. Now again, this is a very tempting statement, because of course, as with your preparation and your studies, you will know that okay, this is a valid thing to say, but again, this statement is out of scope of the passage. The passage was not talking about what we should do, how we should fix corruption, all of those things, no. They were only describing the 3 factors which are contributing to a lot of corruption in our country. So, even though this is something that you could understand, that you could infer from the passage, it is not something that is there in the passage, right. It is out of scope of this particular passage, even though this statement is tempting, that is why 2 is wrong, right, because it is not within the scope of the passage, alright. The power structure is biased towards the public officials. Yes, this is true. They even explained it a lot, how and why this power structure changed. That there is a patron-client relationship, right? That the system of beneficiary creation created a situation wherein the public officials, the environment became conducive and it was opportunistic for them to engage in corruption, right? So the passage was saying things like this. Therefore, 3 was correct. Only 1 and 3 were correct. Again, 2 was out of scope of the passage. Question 29. Question 29 is what? That with reference to the passage, the following assumptions have been made, right? What are the assumptions that we can make from the passage? People did not benefit from the subsidy programs. Can we make this assumption that people were not getting any benefit? There was no talk of what happens to the people, to the beneficiaries of the schemes. They were talking about how the power structure in the public official changes, right? So, this was again out of scope of the passage. Therefore, you cannot make this assumption, it is too far away from the content of the passage. The society that values power shows lesser tendency to follow ethical behavior, right? Now, this is something that we can infer. Why? Because the first sentence says something like, you know, a society which worships power, that is how they begin, right? So, it means that at least that the society values power a lot, right? And it shows lesser tendency to follow ethical behavior. They were saying a society that worships power is conducive to corruption, right? And corruption is not ethical behavior, valid jump to make. That's why 2 is a valid assumption to make, because we are not making a very large leap, alright. It is still quite within the reach of the passage to come to this conclusion, to this assumption, right. Okay. Passage 7. life is the aspect of existence that processes, acts, reacts, evaluates and evolves through growth, which is reproduction and metabolism. One sentence, what is it? They are trying to tell you what is life. Life is this aspect of existence, it is one part of existence that does what? It does process, acts, reacts, whatever through growth, full stop. And then they are explaining what growth is, that is why it is in a bracket. What? It is reproduction and metabolism, gaining energy and creating offspring, that is growth. The crucial difference between life and non-life or non-living things is that life uses energy for physical and conscious development. The difference between something which is living and non-living is what? That life will use energy for physical and conscious development, right? So, it is aware of developing. So, life is anything that grows and eventually dies, right? Physical and conscious development means something that grows and something that has to die, right? Beginning and end, that is ceases to proliferate and be cognizant. What is proliferate and what is cognizant? Proliferate means to increase, to multiply, nuclear non-proliferation treaty, right? We do not want it to increase. And cognizance means, to be cognizant means to be aware, to know things. So, it is saying that life means that something which can grow, right, which can increase, which can grow and which can become aware and which knows what is happening, right. So, proliferation and cognizance. Can we say that viruses for example are cognizant? Can we say that okay, viruses are aware, self-aware? Yes, insofar as they react to stimuli, but they are alive essentially because they reproduce and grow, right. So, two conditions that are necessary for something to be classified as living, but among them also they say essentially it is more important the fact that they will reproduce and grow, right. And the example they have taken viruses. Now, whether or not you agree that virus is alive is something else, we have to stay within this passage. Question 30 from this passage is, with reference to the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Okay. What are we assuming? That computers are living because they can cognize. Computers can think, right? Computers can be aware, and that is why they are living beings. No. Why? Because the passage said that viruses are cognizant, but it is more important that they will grow and multiply. Computers will not grow and multiply on their own. That is why one will be a wrong assumption. The second assumption is that death occurs only to living substances. Yes, that is how they defined growth, that something to be alive has to be what? It has to live and it has to die, right. It has to have a starting, it has to have an end. That is why the correct assumption was V2 only, alright. Passage 8 for question 31. Formal education refers to systematic, curriculum based, teacher directed learning that happens within an institution such as a school, college or university. What is formal education? It is a system of systematic, right, it is organized. There is a curriculum, there is a syllabus, teacher directed, the teacher will tell you what to learn and it has learning, right, and it happens inside an institution like a school, college or university. That has to be formal education, it has certain characteristics. Whereas informal education refers to learning that results from activities related to daily life experiences. So, there is formal education and there is informal education. Informal education refers to learning that refers from what? That results from daily life activities, right? Experiences, work, family, leisure, whatever is happening in your life. So, they have described what is formal education, what is informal education. What next? Both formal and informal education settings offer different strengths and value to a career path. So, on your career path, both formal and informal education will give you some benefits. There is some value to both, and a balance of the two forms of education can help students develop skills such as common sense, problem solving, empathy, etc. A good balance between these two things, what? Formal and informal education will gain you certain skills, right? These skills. What question did they ask you? They asked you, which of the following is the most important implication of the passage, right? What are they trying to imply? What do we get from the passage? Formal education is more important to achieve success in one's career. Where is it? More important. There is no. Was there any comparison in this passage? No. There was no comparison. They said that you need both and you need a balance. India needs to focus on informal education to reap the benefit. There was nothing about India that was being said in this passage. Informal education is more important than formal education in developing emotional intelligence. Now again, there was nothing about comparing the two. The learning of formal education has to be supplemented by informal education to achieve successes in career. This was the correct option, and please note, learning here is not a verb, this is a noun in this sentence, right? That's why it is okay. Learning, what you've learnt is what they're saying. They're not saying the process of learning. Anyhow, option D was the correct answer for question 31. Passage 9 now. What is passage 9? The conservative government is correct on one point. The conservative argument. What is conservative argument? They are referring to a political philosophy, alright. More equality would increase and more equality would increase the power of the government, and it is possible but by no means inevitable, as conservatives think that government would misuse the extra power to reduce political freedoms, right. So, if you are reading passively, you would just go through these words and nothing would stick into your mind. But how do you read actively? More equality would do what? It would increase the power of the government, right. So, if equality increases, the power of government will also increase, right. And then one thought ends here, and then what is the next thought? And it is possible. It is possible, but it's not inevitable. Inevitable means inescapable. It has to be true. It's not destiny. It's not fixed. That and who thinks that it is inevitable? Conservatives are thinking that something is possible, is inevitable. But the author says it is possible. What is possible? That the government would misuse the extra power to reduce political freedoms. What are they saying? Conservatives have one argument, right? Author is saying that argument can be correct on one point, right? Okay. What is the argument? The argument is that equality would increase power of government. If equality increases, power of government will also increase, right? Then what are they saying? What will happen when this takes place? If equality increases, power of the government will also increase. Then what will happen? Conservatives are saying one thing. Conservatives are saying what? Conservatives are saying that it is inevitable that the government will now misuse this new extra power, right? And they are saying that this is bound to happen, this is inevitable, right? But the author is saying it is only possible that government will misuse the power, right? Conservatives are completely sure about it, but the author is saying it is only possible that such a thing could happen. The proper remedy is further checks and balances. Remedy, the proper solution, the proper answer to our conundrum is what? That we create further checks and balances, right? We create systems to keep things in control. How? Particularly by increasing the citizenry's role in and power over. What are we doing? How will we get these checks and balances? The citizenry's role in what? In the government, and power over the government, right? So, the citizens' role in the government and citizens' power over the government through additional political participation. If people participate in the government, then their role in the government and their power over the government will increase, and that is how the government will not be able to misuse this extra power that has been generated. Okay. So, this passage was slightly convoluted, slightly round and round in its meaning, but you put a little pressure and you will be able to get it. What is the question now? What is the crucial message conveyed by the above passage? People should be enabled to register more easily to increase their political participation. Now, if you just read political participation, you will be like, okay, they were talking about something to do with political participation, but is this the message that people should be able to register for voting more easily? No, this is out of scope of this passage. Too much citizen participation in government will make it harder for politicians to reach an agreement on a decision. Too much citizen participation, it was okay till now, that it will make it harder for politicians to do what? To misuse power, right? But will it stop them from reaching an agreement? No, that is not something that the passage was saying. So, it cannot be its message. The conservatives are of the opinion that more equality will impair political liberty. Yes, this is what they were saying, that if there is too much equality, then people in the politics will be able to misuse their power. Alright. So, the equality, the freedom, the liberty of the political system overall would be impacted. That is why C was the correct option. D is saying that conservatives argue that people will not vote more regularly if they feel they have a real stake in the government. Again, there was no discussion of voting patterns, right? That is why D was wrong. Now for passage 10, what is passage 10? It is saying that some theories are less focused on the pessimistic hypothesis. What? Okay. There are some theories which are less focused. Pessimistic means negatively oriented. Hypothesis means it's like a theory that has been proposed, something, a story that has been proposed yet to be verified. So, some theories are less focused on the negative assumption, the negative hypothesis that the world's population will meet a detrimental challenge to sustaining itself, that the world's population in trying to sustain, to stay alive, to continue, that challenge itself is detrimental to all of us, right? It is a negative thing, negative connotations, that there are harms associated. There is an argument which holds that increasing population leads to innovation and techno-managerial change. So, what are they saying? Some theories are not this pessimistic, and what is then their argument? The argument of these optimistic theories therefore is that there is an argument which holds that increasing population leads to what? Innovation, which is a good thing, and techno-managerial change, right? How we are managing our technology and systems. The system itself will change, and they are reflected in resource substitution, that we use something else as compared to what we were using earlier. So, there is substitution that is happening, and they have given you an example, what? Using fiber optics for copper wiring. Instead of sending our signals through copper wiring, we are using fiber optics now. So, that is innovation also, it is a change also in the system. So, techno-managerial change also. As a result, over time the access to and production of raw material increases in efficiency. So, when this happens, innovation and techno-managerial change will happen. Over time, access to and production of, people will get more raw materials available, accessible to them, and the quantity will also increase, and there will also be efficiency, reducing of prices, right, and overall that will benefit the society. What else? It says, because it is focused on resources and substitutes for them, this theory view de-emphasizes damages to the environment and emphasizes innovative ways to deal with the damages. So, this optimistic theory, it changes the focus of our handling of the incoming future. Futurism for this theory is what? That we focus on innovative ways to deal with the damages instead of what wrong has happened, right. So, focus is different. Human ingenuity has been up to the task for thousands of years, and there is no reason for that pattern not to continue, right. So far human ingenuity, human capability, human innovation has been capable of handling whatever problems have come to it, right. So, we have been able to face our issues, and there is no reason that it will not happen now. That was this passage. What is the question from this passage now? They are asking you, which of the following is the most logical and rational inference that can be made from the above passage? What can we infer? Let us go from bottom to up. Some population theories are pessimistic, others are optimistic. This is true, but does it reflect the entire passage? No. Will the passage of time benefits to the society will accrue more? One, passage of time and benefits of what? So, it is an incomplete thought, alright. And even if you try to put in that, okay, the solutions that we are putting in, they will eventually give more returns. Again, that is what? An okay thought, but still not complete. Techno-managerial change would help in growing the population. So, we were not talking about population growth. It was a good strategy of responding to our challenges. So, B was wrong. But what is the option A? Human ingenuity can resolve any environmental or social issues that develop. So, what is this? This is the essence of the So, this was the essence of the optimistic hypothesis that the passage was trying to convince you of, right. So, that is why A was correct for question, what is it, 49. Passage 11 is what? There are a few circular arguments. There are arguments that you can get stuck into. So, there are a few circular arguments that spiral around the impact of media upon politics. Okay. As soon as you mention new media, this circle turns vicious or virtuous depending upon your view, right. So, it can be a vicious cycle, a negative cycle, or a virtuous cycle, a positive cycle, depending upon whether or not you think new media is good for politics. Internet evangelists. Who are evangelists? These Christian missionaries who would go around trying to spread the gospel. So, people who believe that the internet is the gospel, it is a good thing. They claim that blogging, email, websites and social networking are transforming political communications, full stop, right. So, these things, blogging, email, whatever new media is transforming political communication. This is what internet evangelists will claim, and that in turn is changing the process of politics and politics itself, right. So, there is an impact which is central because of this new media. On the other hand, internet skeptics accept the power of the new technologies, but fear that it is debasing political debate. So, people who are skeptics of the internet, they are saying that these technologies are powerful, but they are afraid, they fear that it is debasing, it is eroding the foundation, it is removing the base of political debate, right. Important, and politics of course depends upon debate. So, they are saying that this new media is shaking the foundation of politics. Others suggest that the debate is not actually changing very much in substantive, social or political terms. There are others, there is group 3 also. Group 1 was what? Internet evangelists. Group 2 was internet skeptics, and there are others also. So, there is one group 3 also, which is saying that the debate is not actually changing very much, alright, it has stayed pretty much the same. But almost nobody is saying that, arguing anymore that it is not having an effect on the structure, that there is not, that it does not affect the structure, practice and business model of communication around politics. What? That new media is not having an impact on political structure. So, nobody agrees to that. Question 50 is what? From this passage we are saying which of the following is the most logical corollary to the above passage. What follows from the passage? So, what are they asking you? Corollary from the passage. Option A is there is a difference of opinion between internet skeptics and internet evangelists. This is true, right? But it is it a corollary? No. New media contains several methods. Again, this is also true, but is it a corollary? There is not much substantive change in the politics whether new media or the old media. Now, this is something that what those group 3 people were saying. So, 3 you can at least eliminate, C you can eliminate. The new media has substantive impact on politics. This also seems like a true statement. Now, you will be stuck between A, B and D. How do we get our answer when we are stuck between options that are of course true and we are looking for a corollary? I want you to understand how it goes is, you have assumption, you can be asked to make an assumption, alright. There can be a passage after that, then there is something called inference, then there is a corollary. Okay. So, your understanding has to go from here to here. This is the order that it goes in. So, before there is information in the passage, your assumption will come. Assumption is the information that comes before the passage. Something that you are thinking is the background information to what is given in the passage. Inference is something that you understand from the passage, alright, and it has to be linked closer to the passage. Corollary, what is it? Corollary is the extension of the meaning, right. It is something that can logically follow from the passage, right. If the passage is saying A plus B, right? And it's saying B plus C. So what can you understand from that passage? What can you get out of that passage? What new can you understand from that passage is what is your corollary. Inference is what is the relationship between A, B and C, right? Passage is whatever information is given in the A, B and C, right? These things. And assumption is what can you know about these components, alright. So now once you understand what these three things mean, now you can revisit what is the corollary of the above passage. There is difference of opinion between internet skeptics and internet evangelists. This is something that is given in the passage, right? So this is information of the passage itself and not a corollary, because we are not moving forward. New media contains several methods. Again, this is from the passage itself. We are not moving forward. This is not something corollary. It's not a logical extension. It is not the next step. C of course was wrong itself. And new media has a substantial impact on politics, right? So they told you what group 1 thinks, what group 2 thinks, what group 3 thinks, and in the end they said that okay, nobody is saying that new media is insignificant, right? So all of these 4 things together means what? That new media has a substantial impact on politics, right? Now you understand why option D is the only correct answer. These are for sure wrong, because we are looking for corollary. That's why in your reading comprehension, read the passage and the question statement very, very, very carefully. Again, for your revision, I'll tell you, it goes from assumption, passage, inference, corollary, right? And everything together will be what? The message or the crux of the passage, alright. Now, the next passage, passage 12. There is dissatisfaction with globalization within the developing countries, especially amongst workers. So, the workers and the developing countries, everybody is dissatisfied with globalization. Why? Quite simply, many believe that the system is rigged against them, that the system is unfair to them, and global trade agreements were singled out for being particularly unfair. So, the system is against them, and specifically these trade agreements are singled out, they are separated and put more focused into that these are the things which are particularly unfair to developing countries. What else? Now, discontent with globalization has fueled a wave of populism across the world. Because of this discontent, discontent with globalization across the world, there is a new wave of populism, right? It is being led by politicians who claim that the system is unfair to their countries. There are a lot of politicians who say that this globalization is unfair to our countries, and there is a new wave of populism. Indeed, it often seems that workers who have seen their wages fall and jobs disappear are just collateral damage. Normally people say that okay, it is just something that will happen, it is collateral damage. What? The fact that workers will see their wages go down or their jobs will cease to exist. And this damage is what? Innocent but unavoidable victims in the inexorable march of economic progress. What? The workers are innocent, right? And the losses that they are saying, this collateral damage is what? Innocent but unavoidable. Workers are innocent but unavoidable victims. They can't escape this, right? In the inexorable, something that cannot be stopped, march of economic progress, that if progress is to happen, somebody has to pay the price, and it will be these workers. Now, even if manufacturing was to come back, the jobs will not. Manufacturing can come back, but the jobs will not. Advanced manufacturing technology, including robots, means that the few jobs created will require higher skills and will be placed at different locations than the jobs that were lost, right? So, globalization means that some manufacturing will have to go away, people will lose their jobs, they will lose their income, and even if manufacturing comes back, it will be advanced manufacturing. That means it will use robots, and when it's using robots and such advanced things, it means that the skill set of the workers will change. So, the people who did lose their jobs, they are not likely to get their jobs back, right? Because now we are expecting a different skill set. Nevertheless, some countries have shown that a market economy can take forms that temper the excesses of both globalization and capitalism. So, nevertheless, some countries have given us an example that what? That a market economy can take such a form which can temper. What is temper? To sort of neutralize, right? To sort of balance the excesses, the negatives, excesses of what? Capitalism and globalization, right? Both of these can be balanced by certain market economies. This is something that certain countries have shown us. Now, what are they asking you to do with this passage? The question is, which of the following is the most logical and rational inference that can be made from the above passage, right? So, what is the inference that comes after the passage I told you? Option A is what? Manufacturing technology is changing rapidly, affecting both developing and developed countries. This is a true statement, okay, but there was no discussion of developed countries in this passage, okay. So, comes out of scope. And of course, manufacturing technology, they were talking about this as a solution, right. This will happen, something that is happening after globalization. Again, this is not something that we will infer from the passage. There is widespread discontent against globalization led by its inequitable impact on people, right. So, what was the passage saying? Something like that. Is there widespread discontent? Yes, they were talking about discontent, okay. Against globalization? Yes, yes. What kind of globalization? The globalization which is led by its inequitable impact on people, that workers and rich people were getting disproportionate impact, that developed and developing countries were getting disproportionate impact. So, this is something that the passage was trying to say, but in different words, right. So, from different sentences you can sort of get this meaning, which is why it is a valid inference. But let us see what the other options was. The excesses of globalization can be tempered only by market economy. This only is problematic because they were saying this is something that can happen sometimes. Some countries are showing this. It is not something that only can be done by market economies. That is why C was wrong. There is undeniable rise of populism and populist leaders. Again, undeniable is the problematic word. There is certain ambiguity that is still involved. That is why D and C were also wrong. The correct option was only B. Next passage, children in conflict with the law or children alleged, accused of or recognized as having committed a criminal offence. So, who are children in conflict with the law? These children who have been alleged, who have been accused or who have been recognized of having committed a criminal offence. These are the people in conflict with the law. Are guaranteed protection and fundamental human rights through several international and regional instruments concerned with child justice. So, there are a lot of provisions in place to protect our children. Yet, children are often held in police custody, detention centres, prisons and other custodial settings in violation of international treaties, norms and standards. So, in violation of these provisions, children are still held in police custody and such places. And while there is wide recognition of the devastating impact, the huge damage that is caused on the child, even impact that even one day in detention and incarceration has on a child's physical, emotional, mental development. So, they are saying that in all three aspects of a child's development, even one day of being in contact with such institutions has a devastating impact. It has a very destructive impact. Even when this is known, the actual number of children in conflict with the law, the actual number of children who are in this situation, that is not known both globally and in many countries, is unknown. Why? Because due to incomplete record keeping, we are not keeping our documents in order, and underdeveloped and undeveloped administrative data systems in many countries. So, our record keeping, our institutional control, our data keeping of how many children are in conflict with the law is not good. That is what the passage is saying. What is the question that they asked you about it? They say, what step is being asked by the author in the above passage to curb the number of children deprived of their liberty? Again, this question statement is slightly confusing. That is what makes this question a little difficult. What they are trying to ask you is, what does the author want you to do? What step is being asked by the author? The author is asking you to take what step so that the number of children who are in conflict with the law, how do we help those children? Implementation of international treaties? No, he is saying that the provisions are already there. Constitutional protection of children in conflict with the law? Again, he is saying that this provision is also there. Accurate reporting and data keeping? Yes, this is what he is saying, that this is missing. That is why we do not know how many children are in conflict with the law. That is why C is the correct answer. Prohibition of punishment to children in conflict with the law. Now, this is out of scope of the passage. Nothing was being talked about in terms of this. That's why the correct answer for 52 was C only. Now for passage 14. Passage 14 says that the conflict between religion and science is what naturally occurs to our mind when we think of these two subjects. When we think of religion and science, the first thing that comes into mind is what? The conflict, right? That these are in opposition to each other. It seems as though during the last half century, the last 50 years, the results of science and the beliefs of religion have come into a position of frank disagreement, right? The results, the learnings of science and whatever religion would believe, these things are in frank disagreement, completely opposite, right? And from which there can be no escape except by abandoning either the clear teaching of science or the clear teaching of religion, right? So you can't really escape from these two. You either have to abandon science or you have to abandon religion. You have to give up one. This conclusion has been urged by controversialists on either side. So on both sides, on the side of science also and on the side of religion also, controversialists are at this conclusion that you have to give up one. Okay. Not by all controversialists, of course, but by those trenchant intellects that every controversy calls out in the open. So not all controversialists, but only those. Trenchant means those people who are trying to create a trench, right? Those people who are trying to create a gulf distance, a break between two groups, right? So those people are the ones that any controversy calls out. It's attractive for such people. The distress of sensitive minds, the zeal for truth and the sense of the importance of the issues must command our sincerest sympathy. So what do we have to give our sympathy to? The importance of these issues, are looking for the truth, the zeal for truth and the sense of the importance of these issues, right? And the distress of sensitive minds, the trouble that is being caused to a lot of people, that is what should command our sympathy. When we consider what religion is for mankind and what science is, it is no exaggeration to say that future course of history depends upon the decision of this generation as to the relations between them. So when you think of what religion means for humans, right, and what science inherently is, then it is not an exaggeration. We are not lying. It's not a big thing to say that the future of future history, everything that will happen to us, it will depend on what this generation, our current generation, decides to be the relationship between science and religion. These are such important things that their relation is what will describe our future. What did they ask you? They asked you what is the most logical and essential message in the above passage. What is the entire passage trying to tell you? The disagreement between religion and science causes controversies. So this is not something the passage was saying, it's just saying that these are opposite, right, and people will be attracted to such controversy. So that's not the essential message. Of course, this is just a small part of what the passage was saying. We must sympathize with people who defend their position on religion or science. No, this is not what the passage told us where our sympathy should lie. They told us our sympathy should lie in the distress of sensitive people, the zeal for truth, things like that. The conflict between religion and science can be a source of distress. Again, this is true for the passage, but this is not what the entire passage was talking about, right? That okay, religion and science is a big source of distress and in this way, this way, this way. That is not what the passage was saying. It is vital to decide the relationship between religion and science. Yes, that is the thought that the passage ended on, that our future course of history will depend on how we describe religion and science, their relationship. And of course, the rest of the passage was describing how they are different, why they are in conflict and what people are talking about and why it is so important. So that's why option D is the correct message of the passage. Passage 15 now. Autonomous weaponry is the third revolution in warfare following gunpowder and nuclear arms. Okay, so gunpowder was 1, nuclear arms was 2 and autonomous weaponry is what? The third revolution. Okay. Evolution from landmines to guided missiles was just a prelude. Prelude is like a trailer, like an introduction. So it was just a prelude to true AI enabled autonomy. And what is true AI enabled autonomy? The full engagement of killing. How? Searching for, deciding to engage and obliterating another human life completely without human involvement. Right? True AI autonomy is what? That it can do the entire killing process on its own. It can look for somebody to kill, it can decide to kill it, it can go and engage with that person, right, to attack that person and eventually destroy the person. That is true AI enabled autonomy. We have witnessed how quickly AI has advanced, we know how fast it's going, how far it's advancing, and these advancements will accelerate the near term future of autonomous weapons. It's going so fast that the near term future will get accelerated, right, it will come much faster. Not only will these killer robots become more intelligent, more precise, faster and cheaper, but they will also learn new capabilities such as how to form swarms with teamwork and redundancy, making their missions virtually unstoppable. So, they will get more capabilities, right, they will become better and they will develop new capabilities. A swarm of 10,000 drones that could wipe out half a city could theoretically cost as little as $10 million. So, it will also become cheap. That is what the passage was about. What is the question that they asked you? Which among the following is the most rational inference from the above passage? Artificial intelligence would have capabilities of wiping out cities. This is not an inference, this is something that is going back from the passage, right. So, this is what? This is an assumption, it is not an inference. Okay. So, even if it is true, that is why it is not a valid inference, because this is behind the information already given in the passage, and inference means we have to move forward, alright. Weapons assisted by AI would bring a paradigm shift in our warfare. Yes, this is true, that our entire understanding, our entire paradigm of warfare will be changed because of these autonomous AI weapons. We would involve killer robots in wars in our future, again something to do with assumption, and then they are giving us how much would happen. The advancement of AI have paced in a rapid fashion, again assumption or some information that is given in the passage. This is again not an inference from the entire passage. That is why it is only B that is the correct answer. Passage 16 now. As languages experience variation, inheritance and selection over long periods of time, they can evolve in a process that parallels biological natural selection. So, there is a comparison, they are saying that biological natural selection evolution is somewhat similar to the growth, the evolution of language, right. So, language and biology, they are trying to compare. In biological evolution, a new variation is introduced via a process of random mutation. In linguistic evolution, on the other hand, a person can invent a new word that would be particularly handy in the current situation, introduce it into the language and begin to pass that word on to other people, right. So, in biology there has to be mutation, but in linguistics if you want a word you can just invent it and start telling people about it. This is not to suggest that all linguistic innovation is deliberate, right. So, it is not that all word creation is intentional and by choice. New words and linguistic structures can also arise in many ways, right. So, it is not just one way that new words can come, there are other ways also. Nonetheless, the possibility of such intentionality can shift the direction of the linguistic evolution in a matter not possible in biological evolution, right. So, they are saying that because there is the possibility that someone can intentionally create a word and just start its creation, its linguistic evolution, that is something that is not possible in biological evolution. You can't just decide to have a mutation and then start passing it on. So, that is what the passage was. What is the most logical, rational and crucial inference given in the passage above? Okay. What is the inference? That linguistic evolution is similar to biological evolution in some but not in all ways. So, they said that okay, there is some similarity, right, but in some ways it is very different, right. So, it can there is no deliberation involved, that is what the passage was saying. Both biological and in linguistic evolution experience variation and selection, this is something that was there in the passage, again this is an assumption, right. Intentionality is not found in biological evolution, again this is a fact in the passage, this is not an inference. Linguistic innovation is deliberative in nature, again this is part of the fact of the passage. Inference is something that you have to get from the entire passage, alright. Therefore, these are all true statements, B, C and D again are true statements, right, but these are not the most logical, most rational, and most crucial inferences given in the passage. This is not the most important thing it's talking about, and this is not something that is moving forward from the passage. What is moving forward from the passage is that they are similar in some ways but not in all ways, right? That's why the correct answer for 55 was A only. The next question, for question 56, we have passage 17, and it reads that populism not just diminishes your capacity to bargain or negotiate. What? So populism is a political system, right? It not just diminishes your capacity to bargain or negotiate, it also has other effects, right? So if you're subscribing to populism, you'll only listen to the majority, and it will reduce your capacity to negotiate, of course, because you're only listening to the majority. If you are driven by personality, cults and ego, other people will use it. It is a weakness. You are trying to shape the world environment to work for you, but if you are rather busy satisfying your ego status goal, there is a problem with populism, because your vision gets clouded and you start making choices for historical revenge and status. So why we have given you this passage this way is that it is difficult to read, it is difficult to get this meaning from what the passage is trying to tell you. So you have to exert mental pressure here. So what are they saying? If you are driven by personality, cults and ego, right? So if you are subscribing to a populist theory, then other people will use this, right? They will use these elements. It will become a weakness. It is a weakness. You are trying to shape the world environment to work according to you, because you are in what? Personality, cults and egos, right? You are in your populist viewpoint, right? So you are trying to change the environment according to your visions, right? But this will not work. Why will it not work? Because there is a problem with populism, right? Why? Because your vision will get clouded and you will start making choices for historical revenge. So when you are into personality, cults and ego, then your vision will get clouded, right? And you will start making choices. Your decisions will be for revenge and status, because you are motivated by things like ego. Alright. The paradoxical result of globalization has been the politics of emotion. Paradox means against logic, against what is expected. So this paradoxical result of globalization has been what? That there has been politics of emotion, which has led to the rise of new authoritarians, a new type of political system in which certain groups want to exercise their sole authority. That has come up, and it was where they have given you examples: Japan, China, Turkey or Russia, and all the way up to some leaders in United States. So they have given you examples where authoritarian governments have sort of set up in response to what? Politics of emotion. They appeal to nativism, nationalism and used personality cults to try and manage the economy. So they were trying to manage the economy with populist measures such as what? Nativism, who is from this country; nationalism, who belongs to this nation; and personality cults, who is following just this person, this personality. So they were using such things to manage the economy, which is again something which is not desirable according to this passage. What did they ask you from this passage now? They asked you, which of the following statements is the most critical message given in the above passage? What is the most critical message? What is the most important thing that the passage is trying to tell you? Is it that populism is often driven by egoism? This is true, this is there in the fact, it is a fact in the passage, but it is not complete and certainly not critical, right? That is why A is not the answer. Several countries are affected by the rise of populism. Again, they gave you examples: China, Japan, Russia, all of that. But still, this is not the complete picture. This is not the most critical message that the passage is trying to tell you. Populism would most likely put countries in a precarious position. Yes, somewhat general statement, but it is capturing what the passage was trying to tell you, that populism will make your decisions difficult, right? It will put you in a difficult position, in a precarious position. Then the last option was there would be the rise of authoritarianism due to populism. Again, this is part, just a small part of what the passage was saying, and it is certainly not the most important and critical part of the passage, right? So what you had to do was you had to read the entire passage and you had to see what all of this is trying to tell you, right? Not just one sentence here. If you go around trying to match your sentences, is it being said in the passage? Then of course all of these will appear true, and then you will not be able to find an answer. So again, you have to engage in active reading, The correct answer for question 56 therefore was C. Now for passage 18. It is important to note that supernaturalism, a claim that God or a soul would confer meaning on a life, is logically distinct from theism. What are they saying? They are saying, okay, there are two theories. There is something called supernaturalism and there is something called theism. Supernaturalism says what? Supernaturalism says that God gives meaning to life, alright. And what is theism saying? Theism is saying that it is the claim that God or a soul exists, that God exists. That is what theism is saying. Now, although most who support supernaturalism also hold theism, most of the people will believe in both, but it is possible that one can accept the former and without accepting the latter. So, somebody can say that, okay, God gives meaning to life, but God does not exist. And what would that person think? That that person would think that life is meaningless or at least lacks substantial meaning. Yes, you understand the logic, that they are saying that a person might believe that God is the only thing that will give meaning to life, but God does not exist, therefore there is no meaning to life. This is also a possible way of thinking according to this passage. Similarly, while most naturalists are atheists, right? So, a theist believes that God is there, atheist will believe that God does not exist, right? Supernaturalism means that God will confer meaning to life, and naturalism means that we will only believe what is there, something that we can see, we are only believing in fact, natural fact. So, where is it? Similarly, while most naturalists are atheists, it is not contradictory to maintain that God exists but has nothing to do with meaning in life, or perhaps even detracts from it. So, you can think that it is not opposite these two things, alright. Although these combinations of positions are logically possible, some of them might be substantively implausible, right. So, they are saying that although all of your permutations and combinations of different theories are sort of possible, right, but it is not that all of them will have a lot of probability, it is not that everything will have a lot of followers. So, they can be substantively implausible. The field could benefit from the discussion of comparative attractiveness of various combinations of evaluative claims. So, the field of philosophy can benefit from discussion of what? Of comparing the attractiveness of various combinations like supernaturalism and theism and things like that. Different combinations can be evaluated, and then our claims of what would make life meaningful and metaphysical claims, whether spiritual conditions exist. So, all of these claims can be evaluated by comparing and contrasting and analyzing different combinations of philosophical beliefs. That is what the passage was saying. What did they ask you? They asked you, which of the following is the most logical and rational inference that can be made from the above passage, right? Most logical and most rational inference. A theist believes that for life to be meaning, something must be worth doing. No, a theist just believes that God exists. So, no, it is not possible for God to exist without conferring any meaning to life. Again, this is not something that the passage was saying. The passage of course was saying that all of these different combinations are possible. Naturalists believe that even if one has a soul but fails to put it in the right state, then one's life is meaningless. Again, they are giving you convoluted sentences, they are giving you confusing sentences, so that you think that okay, they must be saying something like that, because the passage itself is slightly circular and difficult to grasp. A supernaturalist believes that a spiritual realm is central to the meaning of life. What did the supernatural say? The supernaturalist says that God gives meaning to life, right? So, supernaturalist believes that a spiritual realm is central to meaning in life. That is why D was correct. Of course, it is not given in the same words, but that is the inference that you can get. Now for passage 19, last two questions. Socialism refers to a set of political ideas that emerged as a response to the inequalities present in and reproduced by industrialist, capitalist economy. So, socialism is what? It refers to a group of ideas, right, and they emerged as a response. So, it was reactionary in nature to what? To the inequalities that the capitalist system was creating. Alright, the main concern of socialism is how to minimize existing inequality and distribute the resources justly. So, you have to have justice in the way resources are distributed. Although advocates of socialism are not entirely opposed to the market, they favor some kind of governmental regulation, alright, planning and control over certain key areas such as education and healthcare, right. So, they will have some favor in these things, right. They are not saying that capitalistic economy is useless, but there should be some sort of government regulation in welfare areas. In India, the eminent socialist thinker Ram Manohar Lohia identified 5 kinds of inequalities that need to be fought against simultaneously. What 5 things? Inequality between man and women, inequality based on skin color, caste based inequality, colonial rule of some countries over others, and of course economic inequality. These 5 things Ram Manohar Lohia gave us. This might appear as a self-evident idea today, but during his time, during Lohia's time, it was common for the socialists to argue that class inequality was the only form of inequality worth struggling against, right. So, in his time, this was quite a big fact to pursue. Other inequalities did not matter or would end automatically if economic inequality could be ended. So, Lohia argued that each of these inequalities had independent roots and had to be fought separately. So, he is saying these are 5 different motivations. For him, struggle against these 5 inequalities constituted 5 revolutions. He added 2 more revolutions to this list: revolution for civil liberties against unjust encroachments on private life, and revolution for non-violence, for renunciation of weapons in favor of satyagraha. So, he gave 2 more revolutions. These were the 7 revolutions of Sapt Kranti for which Lohia was the ideal of socialism. कट कर दो, एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन रह गया, बाद में रिकॉर्ड कर लेंगे, ठीक. फ्लिप कर दो व्यू फाइंडर. स्क्रीन पलट दो बस. ठीक है. Rolling? Okay. Now we have to do passage 19. It says socialism refers to a set of political ideas that emerged as a response to the inequalities present in and reproduced by the industrial capitalist economy. What are they saying? That socialism is what? It is a set of political ideas, alright. It emerged as a response to inequalities that were already present and then they were reproduced by. Inequalities present in and reproduced by what? The industrial capitalist society. So, it is pitching socialism against the capitalist system. The main concern of socialism is how to minimize existing inequalities and distribute resources justly. So, what are the main concerns? They have given you 2 main concerns. Socialism wants to minimize inequality and ensure that resources are redistributed with justice. Alright. What else? Although advocates of socialism are not entirely opposed to the market, they favor some kind of government regulation, planning and control over certain key areas such as education and healthcare. So, what are they saying? That socialism, the people who advocate socialism, they are not entirely opposing markets, but they want that there is some intervention, some sort of government regulation in the areas where public welfare is of key importance, alright. Now, we will talk about India in this part, right. This part is talking about India. In India, the eminent socialist thinker who? Ram Manohar Lohia, okay. He identified 5 kinds of inequalities that need to be fought against simultaneously. So, he identified 5 types and he says that you have to fight against them at the same time, right, simultaneously. What were the 5 inequalities? Inequality between man and woman, right. So, feminism, inequality based on skin color, colorism, caste based inequality, casteism, alright, colonial rule of some countries over others, so colonialism, and of course economic inequality, right. So, he identified how many? 5 inequalities, And this might appear to be a self-evident idea today. Today we might think that okay, this is something that we are all aware of, right? Self-evident means that it is accepted at face value itself. But this is something from the past that we are talking about, and not today. So in the past, during Loya's time, it was common for the socialists to argue about what? To argue about that class inequality was the only form of inequality worth struggling against, right? That it was only class which was most important, and it's only this kind of inequality that was creating all the other forms of inequality. Other inequalities did not matter or would end automatically if economic inequality could be ended, right? So there would be a cascading effect. That is what people believed. Loya, however, he argued that each of these inequalities had independent roots. So he says that they are different and have to be fought separately, all right, and simultaneously. So not only separately, but at the same time we need to target these inequalities. He did not speak of revolution in the singular. For him, struggle was against these 5 inequalities, and this struggle constituted of 5 revolutions. So if there are 5 types of inequalities, he says that we need 5 different revolutions against them. And in addition, he added 2 more revolutions to this list, which were what? Revolution for civil liberties against unjust encroachments on private life. And so what are they talking about? Civil liberties, freedom in the civil sense, and against unjust encroachment. Encroachment means trying to take over what? Your private life. So citizens should get freedom in their private life. And revolution for non-violence, for renunciation of weapons in favor of satyagraha. So in addition to 5 basic inequalities, he says that these 2 things are also problematic, and we need to add the revolutions against these 2 also. And therefore these were the 7 revolutions or Sapt Kranti, which for Loya was the ideal of socialism. So Ram Manohar Loya gave you Sapt Kranti, which was his ideal of socialism. What are the questions that they asked you from this? They asked you, according to the passage, which of the following is or are the elements of socialism? Complete elimination of private players in the market. One thing is, any time that you have been given something extreme, it is usually wrong. And other than that, the statement is also wrong, because as in the beginning, in the early paragraph, in the introductory paragraph, they are talking about, they are not completely, that socialisms are not entirely opposing the free market, right? So of course they are not eliminating private players. Private players of course means market. That's why one was wrong. Government control over education, economic equality in the society, and gender equality in the society. Yes, among the 5 things that Loya was talking about, these 3 were there. And of course there is also mention in the passage that we need government intervention in welfare areas. From those 2 things, of course, 2, 3 and 4, all 3 were correct for question 79. Now the last question in this set was question 80, which of the following is or are the correct inference or inferences that can be made from the passage? The objective of socialism is to distribute the resources justly to ensure equality in the society. So what are they saying? That socialism, the objective is that resources are distributed in a manner which coincides with justice, right? There should be justice in the distribution of resources. That is why 1 was correct. What are the other options? In India, Ram Manohar Loya equated the caste based inequality with the caste based inequality. No, he said that there are 5 different types of inequalities, all 5 are different, and we need to launch revolutions against them simultaneously, right? So that goes against the passage. And Mahatma Gandhi established non-violence as a part of the Indian socialism. If you don't read it carefully, if you do not read the passage carefully, this would look very, very tempting. But of course, the passage clearly states that it was Ram Manohar Loya who gave you non-violence as a part of the Indian socialism. Therefore, the correct answer was A1 only. So that brings us to the end of your CSAT questions from reading and comprehension. I hope this was useful. Thank you so much.